네, 여러분 잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the Global Education Reform Conference. I would like to ask everyone outside in the foyer to please come inside and kindly take your seats.
your attention, please. In a few minutes, we will begin the Global Education Reform Conference here in this venue. So we'd like to ask our speakers, our distinguished guests, and participants. Now please enter the hall and please take your seats. Thank you. 아울러 원활하게 오늘 행사 잘 진행될 수 있도록 소지하고 계신 전자기기 있으시다면 잠시 지금 꺼내주시고 진동 또는 무음 모드로 설정해 주십시오. So for the smooth progress of today's event, if you have any electronic devices, please set them to silent mode. 네, 마지막으로 저희 비상 상황을 대피해 안내를 화면으로 드리고 있습니다. 혹시 비상 상황이 발생하면 저희 운영요원의 안내에 따라서 신속하게 본 루트를 참고해 주셔서 대피해 주시기 바라겠습니다. Lastly, in case of emergency, please refer to the evacuation route that we are sharing through the screen and also follow the direction of our staff member. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And in a few minutes, we'll soon commence the opening ceremony of the Global Education Reform Conference. Thank you. 여러분 이제 착석 도와주십시오. 네, 여러분 잠시 후 이 자리에
Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the Global Education Reform Conference. I would like to ask everyone to kindly take your seats.
gentlemen will soon commence the conference today. So now please take your seats. And now please refrain from moving around and we ask for your cooperation. Please now be seated. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 착석을 부탁드립니다. 저희 곧 시작합니다.
We will soon begin. Everyone, please kindly take your seats.
네, 여러분 모두 착석하시면
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. We'll soon begin.
바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, now please take your seat. Once everyone is ready to start today's conference, we'll now begin with the opening ceremony. Please be seated. 네, 여러분 착석해 주십시오. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 지금부터
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the Global Education Reform Conference.
morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Global Education Reform Conference. And before we begin today's discussion, for your information, today's event mostly will be conducted in Korean, but we do provide simultaneous interpretation service from Korean to English and vice versa. So ladies and gentlemen, please set to channel 3 for Korean and channel 4 for English. 네, 여러분 지금 안내드린 것
As I have just introduced, we are providing simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English. Please make use of the receivers, and if you do require interpretation services, please set your receivers to channel 3 for Korean and channel 4 for English. We hope this can help you improve your experience of today's conference. And allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seung-hee Lee, and I will be your MC for today's event. Thank you very much, and it is a personal honor for me to welcome all of you here. The room is quite full. Thank you very much for this turnout. We also are broadcasting this live on YouTube through the Ministry of Education's official YouTube channel, Education TV. We do have many online audiences who are watching this event unfold live. Thank you very much to all the participants and viewers, both offline and online, who are with us today. I do think that all of you present here today recognize the importance of this event as it brings together ministers and secretaries and experts in the field of education and members of international organizations where we have gathered all here to discuss educational innovation and global cooperation in the era of AI and digital transformation, where we can discuss cases of innovation and experiences both in primary, secondary, and higher education, and discuss an inclusive and sustainable future through global cooperation. Before we begin this event in earnest, allow me to introduce the guests in attendance today. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
And now we'd like to welcome our distinguished guests who are joining us here at the site. So once I mention their names, please join me in welcoming them. 먼저 오석환 교육부 차관님.
Please welcome Seok-hwan Oh, Vice Minister of Education. Thank you very much for your presence here today. Please welcome Young-hoon Oh, Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province.
Special Self-Governing Province is joining us today. Thank you. 이어서
Next, please welcome Jin Pyo Kim, Chairman of the Global Innovation Studies, former Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you very much. We also have many speakers who are present here with us today, but in the interest of time, we regret to say that we are unable to introduce you all in turn. However, we will be introducing them later through sessions 1, 2, 3. We ask you for your kind understanding. We will now begin the Global Education Reform Conference in earnest with our opening ceremony and our opening remarks. And for that, I would like to turn to Vice Minister Seok-hwan Oh of Education. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
of Korea for his opening remarks.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Vice Minister Seok-hwan of the Ministry of Education. Honorable Oh Young-hoon, Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Honorable Kim Kwang-soo, Governor of the Jeju Provincial Office of Education. Distinguished Kim Jin-pyo, Chairman of the Global Innovation Service. Esteemed education leaders from around the world, session leaders and panelists of the Global Education Forum Conference. Distinguished guests from home and abroad. It is a great honor and privilege to host the Global Education Reform Conference here in the beautiful island of Jeju today. On behalf of the Republic of Korea, I extend my warmest welcome to you all. The year 2025 marks particularly a meaningful milestone in the history of education in Korea. Since the launch of the civilian government in 1993, the Republic of Korea has pursued for the past 3 decades continuous education reform, and as a result, Korea has become a nation that has achieved both rapid economic growth and democratization, largely driven by the power of education. We now stand at a pivotal moment, one that calls on us to reflect on the achievements of the past 30 years of education reform and to embark on a new 30-year journey toward the future. The era we face today is not one of mere change, but one of profound transformation. AI and digital technologies are fundamentally reshaping the structures of our societies and industries, and education too must move beyond traditional approaches to seek new pathways forward. In addition, as we experience rapid shifts such as a sharp decline in the school age population, regional decline, and the digital transformation, we are placed with an urgent demand on education to play a central role in solving societal challenges and nurturing future leaders. In response to these pressing demands of our time, the Republic of Korea has pursued both bold reforms based on a vision of student-centered educational innovation and the creation of digital learning environments and the realization of personalized education for all learners. And today's conference will serve as the starting point for Korea to share its accumulated experiences, achievements with the APEC member economies and the global community focusing on education reform, and also jointly explore a new global direction for education innovation in the digital era. Distinguished guests and leaders of the education sector, education is no longer the task of individual economies alone. Today, it is a vital global public good essential for overcoming the great challenges we face collectively and for shaping our shared future. Education enables us to navigate an age of uncertainty. And education reform is not merely about changing systems, policies, or institutions. It is the starting point of transformation that opens the doors to a new era of civilization. I sincerely hope that the discussions we share today will lead to practical, concrete initiatives in each of your respective economies and institutions. Furthermore, through the 7th APEC Education Ministerial Meeting, which will take place tomorrow, I hope that the directions we have explored together will become part of APEC's collective agenda, expanding into a broader foundation for solidarity and collaboration. The Republic of Korea will continue to move forward with a strong commitment for leading the way in AI-powered digital education innovation and higher education reform and enhanced global cooperation as we work hand in hand with the world to shape the future. It is your wisdom, your passion, and your courage for change that will make the future of education we envision a true reality. I sincerely hope that each and every one of you joining us today will also join us on this journey. And lastly, the Global Education Reform Conference will be opened by Honorable Chairman Kim Jin-pyo. For the sustainable future and education reform, I do hope that he will share us with great insight. Thank you very much. So, one moment, Chairman. Before we proceed, I would like to just make one last comment. I would like to note that we have provided you with a booklet titled The Educational Policy 2025, which outlines Korea's 9 key education reform initiatives, and we hope it will deepen your understanding of today's discussions and serve as a meaningful reference material as we collectively pursue a bright future. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. A big round of applause for the Vice Minister once again. Vice Minister Oh Seok-hwan, thank you very much. He emphasized the significance of today's event, and also he talked about as we emerge into this era of great transformation, he talked about the importance of solidarity and cooperation. Thank you.
환영사가 있겠습니다.
Next, we would like to hear the welcome remarks, and for that, we would like to turn to Young-hoon Oh, Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province.
Special self-governing province to deliver his welcome remarks. Please welcome him. 박수로 모시겠습니다.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Young-Hoon Oh, Governor of Jeju, a special self-governing province. The APEC Education Ministerial Meeting, which will be discussing the future education agenda, will be held here in Jeju for the first time in 9 years. With today's APEC Global Education Forum Conference, we will begin discussing the education agenda in earnest. I express my sincerest welcome to everyone here. I would like to thank Seok Kwan-oh, Vice Minister of Education, who has been here since yesterday, as well as all the members of the Ministry of Education. I would also like to thank keynote speaker Jin-pyo Kim, Chairman of the Global Innovation Studies and a former Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you very much for giving us your valuable time. The Jeju provincial government is presenting a new education paradigm called Global K-Education Research Learncation with the cooperation of universities and research institutions in the region. To that end, since last year, our government has been actively promoting Learncation, which is an initiative that combines learning and leisure. Jeju is known for its beautiful natural scenescape and many attractions, as well as a leisure environment. It is Korea's foremost tourist site. Not only that, but we are a testbed for the future industries of Korea, involving carbon neutrality, AI digital transformation, and the civilian aerospace industry. Since last year, we have leveraged the strengths that Jeju has and the dreams we want to achieve to actively promote the Learncation initiative, which combines learning and leisure. Jeju will be the best location for students and researchers who hope to experience both learning and leisure at the same time. We have cooperated with universities and research institutions to present a new education paradigm called Global K-Education Research Learncation. Thus far, we have signed Learncation MOUs with 15 universities in Korea, including Kyunghee University. To establish ourselves as a hub for global education research, we will continue to sign more Learncation agreements to further talent exchange with global universities, beginning with Princeton, George Mason University, University of Utah, and Stony Brook. For AI and digital transformation that Jeju provincial government is pursuing, we have also committed to a Learncation cooperation with the Kyoto College for Graduate Studies for Informatics to further talent exchange in the field of AI and information technology. In the midst of digital transformation as represented by AI, we need talents who can combine many different studies and think in a cross-disciplinary way, rather than someone who is versed in one area only. Education should therefore go beyond the classroom walls and provide opportunities for anyone, anywhere, to grow into a global talent. The rest and entertainment experience here in Jeju will be an excellent ground to develop creative talent in the digital era. The Jeju government will, in light of the APEC AEMM, continue to cooperate and support closely with the member economies of APEC to train more talent who is future-ready for AI and digital transformation. Through today's Global Education Reform Conference, we hope that our education and innovation outcomes can be shared widely and that we can expand cooperation and exchange with APEC member economies. During this week of the AEMM, which is the highest level meeting in the field of education, we at the government will work tirelessly to provide a comfortable and safe stay. Thank you very much.
여러분 지사님께
Thank you. Please give the governor a big round of applause. Thank you for your welcome remarks. He has expressed his warm welcome to everyone who is visiting Jeju, talked about the power of education and future-ready talent. Thank you very much.
저는
And now it is time to take a commemorative photo. I would like to ask those seated in the front table, in the front row, to please come up to the stage. Please follow our staff for the commemorative photo taking.
with our esteemed guests seated at 5 tables in the front first row. So please come up to the stage. Our speakers, session leaders, and our panelists, please come up to the stage and join this photo shoot. 네, 글로벌
We are here at the Global Education Reform Conference, and before we begin the sessions, we will take a commemorative photo. So as I have just introduced, please come up to the stage for the commemorative photo.
네, 준비.
If you are ready, we will take the photo.
네, 잠시 후
And after the commemorative photo, we will be listening to the keynote speech, so we ask for the participants to bear with us.
자, 앞쪽 카메라 보시고 활짝 웃어주.
Please, big smiles, everyone.
셋, 찍겠습니다. 자, 이어서는
And also, please put up your right hand and make a fist.
Let's do fighting, cheer pose together. Thank you. 네, 글로벌
Thank you very much. We are here at the Global Education Reform Conference, and let us say fighting as we take the photo. And also a round of applause.
We will have one more photo shoot together. Please maintain your pose and smile. Thank you. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much. So we have just taken a commemorative photo with our VIPs, and now it is time to engage in an in-depth discussion. So as it was mentioned by our guests, you probably know this very well, but our society is currently faced with a number of pressing challenges, including a low birth rate, regional decline, and digital transformation. And so the Ministry of Education is striving to address these issues through the power of education. Let us now take a look at a brief video introducing the Ministry's 9 key education reform initiatives. Let's please take a look together.
Empowering the dreams of all young Koreans. These are the 9 priority initiatives for education reform. One day, Han-ni and Min-gu were born in Korea. They say it takes a village to raise a child. And the 9 priority initiatives for education reform will fully support Han-ni and Min-gu's happy dreams. First, integrated early childhood education and care will consistently support Han-ni, regardless of her institution. Han-ni will receive quality education and care wherever she is. When Han-ni starts elementary school, she'll join Nulbam School. Han-ni will pursue her dreams with friends in a safe after-school environment. Meanwhile, Min-gu will join Together School, where students, parents, and teachers communicate with respect. AI digital textbooks in the high school credit system will personalize Min-gu's education in transformed classrooms. This will unlock his potential to shape the changing future. Through a fair college entrance exam, reducing private education reliance. Han-ni and Min-gu will enter university and freely discover their interests through the exploratory major program. Regional collaboration among universities, education authorities, and governments will develop them into local talent. Global University 30 will foster shared regional and university growth, and RISE will foster strategic local government university partnerships. They can choose the job they desire in their preferred region. The Ministry of Education prioritizes data-driven education and collaborative partnerships with local governments and other ministries. With unwavering commitment, we will lead the future of global education. We'll ensure that every citizen can truly feel the impact of education reform. The 9 priority initiatives for education reform will help cultivate creative talent and support the happy dreams of every Han-ni and Min-gu in Korea.
네, 여러분.
Yes, so please, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So we just saw through the video the 9 key education reform initiatives of the Ministry of Education, such as the Nulbom School program, the classroom innovation. So we hope to address pressing social challenges, and also we do hope that we can realize personalized education for all. Also, I do hope that through this event we will be able to gain insight and learn about the direction forward for the future of education. It's now time to listen to the keynote address, which will be delivered by Chairman Kim Jin-pyo of the Global Innovation Studies. He'll be touching upon the topic of education, innovation, and sustainable growth. Please greet him in with a big round of applause.
Global Innovation Studies and a former Speaker of the National Assembly.
Honorable Vice Minister Oh Seok-hwan of the Ministry of Education and also Governor Oh Young-hoon of the Jeju Special Governing Province and all of the distinguished guests here today. I am the chairman of the Global Innovation Service, Kim Jin-pyo. First of all, I would like to wholeheartedly congratulate the successful hosting of the 2025 Global Education Reform Conference. At a time of great transformation and the advancement of AI, we are gathered today to talk about the future direction for education and ways to strengthen cooperation. I do hope that this serves as an important milestone for education. Today, I would like to talk about how the society is shrinking due to a low birth rate and how we can overcome this challenge through innovation in education. A shrinking society, what does this mean? You probably know what it means. We're seeing a decrease in the population and an aging population that leads to a slowing industry and challenges for society. And also, there is a shortage of economically viable or economically active population. So the Republic of Korea has already faced with the challenge of entering into a shrinking society. And as you can see, we can see that David Corman, who is a professor emeritus at Oxford and UK. Am I supposed to move the slides? So David Corman, he's a professor emeritus at Oxford, has said that if Korea continues, then there can be a very gloomy fate for Korea. And also, you've probably seen through the internet about the comments made by Professor Joanne Williams about Korea related to its population. But this is not just a challenge for Korea alone. I think that most of the countries that are experiencing an aging of the population and a low birth rate is faced with this challenge concerning sustainability. If you look at the graph, you can see that we have been continuously experiencing decrease in the birth rate. And also, if you look at the total fertility rate, Korea and many other countries are experiencing a rate that goes beyond 1.0 and therefore is entering into a shrinking society. When I was a speaker at the National Assembly, I have been emphasizing that the low birth rate should be an issue that the Korean economy focuses on as a major challenge. Marriage and giving birth to children leads to massive expenses here in Korea. And so I have emphasized the need to find solutions, and as one way out or as a solution, improving public education and strengthening education in Korea is an effective way. If you look at the screen, you can see that there is a correlation between low birth rate and private education, and this has been proved in many studies. There's English, specializing, kindergartens, and many private academies that leads to massive expenses as you raise children, which is leading to a low birth rate. And rote learning also makes children faced with challenges in developing capacities that is essential for the world we live in today. The private education centered around the private academies focus on advanced learning or learning ahead of your age or grade. So, as it is shown here today, this is for the elementary school students. But this kind of learning disregards the emotional and social capacity level of students and emphasizes learning ahead of their age. And this is actually hurting their communication skill development opportunities. the students can actually search for simple knowledge through AI and the internet, and just memorizing this knowledge is no longer of significance. Rather, in order to learn how to solve problems, students should be able to know what kind of questions to ask AI. And that is what has been emphasized by experts. And so, to foster future talents, we have to think about the capacities required. And also, when you think about the insight required for asking the right questions, coming up with the right prompts, these capacities cannot be developed through the private academies, but rather in the classrooms through in-depth discussions, through the spirit of mutual understanding and respect. That is how the students will grow into the talents that is required by the private sector and that is required for the future. And so the parents in Korea and also around the world shall have to object to such simple rote learning. We have to move towards the direction of a new type of education, and the policies of the government should support such demands and needs.
다시 말해서
So, once again, public education should enable students to utilize AI to foster imagination and creativity, and also at the same time, personalized education should be provided to the students. Thereby, we will be able to strengthen the trust placed in public education, and Korea is moving in that direction. I will be giving you specific cases to show you what we have been doing for education reform and share with you our know-how. AI-based public education reform is not just about providing education contents utilizing AI, but this is to strengthen the reliability placed on public education, and also it is a comprehensive solution and approach for improving education. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you the digital-based AI education and also the digital-based education innovation that has been pursued as a national agenda. And one of the major outcomes is the implementation of the AI based digital textbooks. So for the schools, elementary school level and also middle school, students will be first utilizing the AI digital textbook, which will enable personalized education evaluations and also the voice recognition technologies that included in such digital technology. So regardless of where you live or your income level, everyone will be able to receive quality education. And this kind of approach will strengthen public education, reduce the dependence on private education, and lay the foundation for the future of education. AI textbooks, as you can see here, emphasizes personalized education to increase the participation and engagement of students. And by utilizing this advanced technology, we will be able to help students realize their dreams and potential.
또한 AI 기술은
AI technology would also promote classroom revolution led by the teachers. Teachers would have to go beyond simply providing information. They have to be facilitators of creativity and mediators of knowledge and also designers of creative education. And through these lessons, we are hoping that teachers can lead innovation with research society and research consortiums. We can continue to implement education innovation through EduTech. Using AI, Korea is continuing to promote classroom revolution led by teachers. Next is cultivating talent and responding to a small downsized society. through public education reform and also through higher education reform as well. The Ministry of Education is working closely so that regions and universities can both grow. We are supporting regional universities and colleges through the system called RISE. And through RISE, the local governments can work together with the universities and go for a sustainable model that allows for employment opportunities after graduation. RISE allows the local governments to lead the way through education reform and contribute to a local growth and also provide actual work opportunities in the field for students. Furthermore, 30 local universities have been designated so that the innovation can be also experienced by students at the local level. These local universities would allow for balanced growth for regions and also cultivate future talent. This will go beyond theoretical education. In fact, it will provide practical hands-on training and work closely with other entities in the region to allow for better quality higher education. Furthermore, innovation centers at the universities and entrepreneurship hubs would allow for students to test their ideas and business models and to turn them into actionable goals and allow them to try problem solving and engage in innovative capacities. This example of higher education innovation is also drawing much attention globally. And particularly, one of the biggest challenges of the extinction of local cities is also something that RISE can address, which is one of the key challenges of low fertility rates and a decreasing population. Through this education innovation, the Ministry of Education can bridge these gaps and also share these success stories and best practices globally. In August of last year, there was the official launch of the Global Education Innovation Alliance. And this allows the realization of education for all through digital-based education innovation. It's a global education cooperation initiative. This Gaia is also an important initiative, and I am chairing this initiative as its vision of implementing education for all through a global network was founded with the ROK, UK, Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, the World Bank, and the IDB. And going forward, we will continue to expand the network and also include many universities into the framework. As the chair of Gaia, we will work closely to share knowledge and experiences with education leaders around the world and also create a common base for further education innovation. AI, digital technologies that are being used in the classrooms can be further researched and studied together and discover policy initiatives. Furthermore, we can design and promote projects that could realize these visions, and that will be the thrust of what Gaia hopes to do. Going forward, we will work closely as the different economies, depending on their level of development, would have different needs. So we will look at various different sectors, including not just education innovation, but infrastructure needs to try to provide customized responses to these needs. In the future, education should go beyond one-sided information provision, but it has to also go further to look at social responsibility. And to that end, for a sustainable future, we have to look at 3 mandates. Ultimately, education's goal is to try to create a sustainable future. A sustainable future is not something that should target short-term material gain. In fact, we have to go beyond that and in the long term try to go beyond and minimize a smaller society. And the first condition for that is equal opportunity. In every advanced society, opportunity has to be equal regardless of the context or background of the person involved. Everyone has to have access to quality education. The ROK works closely to try to provide policies to bridge the rural and city gap and also allow for equal opportunity in the learning environment for all students. Making use of AI and information technology, hopefully we can close this gap between rural regions and cities so that all students can have access to quality education. The metropolitan regions and cities are seeing many students flocking to those regions in search of better education, but AI and digital technology can ease this burden. The second condition is international cooperation and solidarity. Education reform cannot be pursued by one economy alone. Gaia and the AEMM that will begin tomorrow, as well as UNESCO, are important vehicles where different economies can share their experiences so that they can respond to global policy challenges together. APEC and other international organizations are, of course, partners, but also we can work closely with the private sector and public sector and research and universities as well so that we can strengthen our alliance. For a better future, we have to share our knowledge and experiences. This is the pathway to sustainable educational development. To that end, Gaia, the Global Education Innovation Alliance, is a supra-economy vehicle, and that is why it is a truly important initiative. The last condition I want to stress is creativity. The digital era is accelerating at a rapid pace, but we have to remain oriented in the person, in the human. There are emotional intelligence and ethics and morals that must be cultivated in our students. With creative conversions education and humanistics education in the humanities, students can go beyond rote learning and understand how to problem solve and think creatively. That is the support that Korea wants to provide. Distinguished guests, we are standing at an inflection point in education. We are seeing a huge wave of change, and now we are standing at the crossroads of having to choose. We should not fear education. Should we fear it, or should we grasp this opportunity and continue to nurture talents who will be future leaders? I believe that you will continue to face this challenge head on. We have all stayed in our respective roles and worked and contributed to education innovation, digital textbooks, teacher capacity building, higher education innovation. These different case examples are showing us the path forward. The mandate that is presented to us now is to build upon these success stories and engage in solidarity for all education participants so that we understand that technological advancement is continuing at a rapid pace, and depending on the path we choose, our future will be very different indeed. Many economies around the world are also facing minimized smaller societies, and we can appreciate the power of education to change all of this. The case examples of ROK's education reform should not be limited to a success for Korea only. This can present a new direction and serve as an important model for the world and also be the concluding end all for all education visions. I hope that many ideas and experiences can be shared today at this conference and that they will not end as statements, but that they can become seeds to lead to actual, actionable actions, and we hope that we can all contribute to that end. With education leaders around the world, the experiences that we share with them and the growth of knowledge collectively can further our growth towards a sustainable future. I have shared with you these cases of education reform at the ROK. I don't think that this would be limited to Korea, because these are models that the international society can all think about, and it is a vision for an education society of the future. In the midst of these common challenges facing humanity, I hope that this can be an important starting point for all of us. Through education, we can create hope. Thank you.
네, 여러분
Yes, once again, a big round of applause for our speaker. Thank you. We have just heard the keynote from Chairman Jin-pyo Kim. Once again, a big hand. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, he delivered insightful words through his keynote speech. He talked about sustainable growth and development, and he talked about how the low birth rate and private education is leading to a new challenge in our society, a society that is shrinking in terms of a population and size. He talked about how we can overcome the challenges and pursue sustainable development and a sustainable future. And so he gave some examples, such as educational innovation through AI and digital technologies to prepare for the future, and he also emphasized networking and global cooperation. He also talked about how we should not fear innovation and change for the future. So thank you very much for those words. And now this will be followed by 3 sessions. We will be looking into the theme of today through the 3 sessions, focusing on innovate, connect, and prosper. As soon as we are ready, we will begin session 1, and we will be inviting the session leader and the panelists as soon as we have set the stage. So the first session is on innovate, and we will be looking at the classroom revolution led by teachers. And as it was mentioned by Chairman, we will be listening to the experiences and the cases. And also we'll be looking at the capacities required by the teachers and some of the institutional requirements. In the second session, which focuses on connect, we will be looking at the future of higher education, especially the paradigm for innovation of the higher education system. And also we'll be looking at the direction for future education, and also we will be looking at the RISE initiative. So the last session is on Prosper, and this is about global networking and cooperation for greater inclusivity and sustainability. We ask for everyone to stay until the very end of the conference to gain great insight. I think we are ready to begin session 1, and this session will be on innovating K-12 education. So we will be focusing on how in this era of digital transformation in AI, what would be the direction of education, the capacities required by teachers, and also the institutional aspects for classroom revolution. We do have session leaders for each session who will lead the discussions, and also the panelists will be joining us for an in-depth discussion on the topic of each session. So first of all, I would like to introduce a session leader for session 1 and President Jae-young Chung of the Korea Education and Research Information Service. Please come up on stage. Please greet him with a big round of applause. So today, the president will serve as a leader of session 1. And also, let me introduce the panelists that will join him. First of all, Governor Eun-hee Kang of the Daegu Metropolitan Office of Education, who is also the chairperson of the National Council of Governors of Education. And next, I would like to invite Assistant Secretary Vanessa Lapthorne of the Department of Education of Australia.
Policy and Engagement Branch of International Division, Vanessa Lapthorne of the Department of Education of Australia. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. So we will now go on to introduce Professor Emeritus Nam-gi Park at the Gwangju National University of Education. Please greet him with a big hand. And next, I would like to invite Associate Professor Rien-Lee Chen from the National Institute of Education of Nanyang Technological University.
Of Education at Nanyang Technological University of Singapore. Thank you for your time today. Please come up to the stage. 자,
And next, I would like to invite teacher Jae-Bum Cho of the Gyeonggi Pungdeok Elementary School. Thank you for joining us. Last but not least, I would like to invite Senior Assistant Director Hani Kenny Lo for Technologies for Learning of the Ministry of Education of Singapore. Please greet with a big hand.
Just for learning, Mr. Han E. Kenny Lo of the Ministry of Education of Singapore is here with us. Thank you.
So, and with the introductions now, I would like to hand over the microphone to our session leader. Please go ahead.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chae Young Chung, the president of CARIS, and I will be chairing this first session. Thank you very much for being with us at this first session of the Global Education Reform Conference. Artificial intelligence and digital technologies are accelerating the need for education reform. In particular, we have to understand that these technologies are enabling a personalized learning environment that is in keeping with the speed and the different needs of the learners. The paradigm of education is fastly changing. In the case of Korea, we have adopted AI digital textbooks, and these digital tools are opening up new opportunities for teachers. However, at the same time, there are different challenges. So, for example, we have to build capacities for these digital technologies, and also we have to adapt to these new classroom models. This means that teachers would have to go beyond simply providing knowledge, but they have to design new ways of learning and be facilitators going forward. In this first session, we're going to talk about how AI and digital technologies are actually transforming classrooms in real life, both at home and abroad. And we also want to take a closer look at teachers and how really they are leading innovation in this digital environment. We would like to discuss two big themes as part of this session. The first is, in the era of AI and digital technology, where and which direction should education go towards? AI and the spread of digital technologies are bringing massive changes, both in the way that students are taught and in the structure. There's personalized learning, real-time feedback, data-based diagnosis. They're all being possible through these edutech tools. And these tools are definitely changing the ways of learning and teaching, and also, in fact, the ways that classrooms are being run. However, these changes are not simply about rolling out technologies. In fact, right now we have to ask ourselves fundamentally, what is it that education should go towards? What should we work for? What exactly is the fundamentals of learning? In the midst of these changes, we, through this session, will attempt to seek the direction forward for education and how technology can facilitate this move into the new direction. Quality of education cannot go beyond the quality of the teachers. I know that this is a phrase that you are all very familiar with. This means that the future readiness of the teachers would be paramount in helping us go towards the future of education that we want. And so, for this, we want to understand the new roles and the new attitudes and the new expertise that are required of teachers in this era, and why this transition is so important. As I would say that our first panelist is from a city that is very close to where CARIS is located, and this question is posed to Governor Kang.
So I understand that Daegu Education Office has been leading the way in public education reform. You have already implemented the digital textbooks. And what kind of impact has this in terms of the engagement of students in the classroom? And also at the Daegu Office of Education, what kind of roles do you expect for teachers to take on? And also, how does these changes and shifts align with the future of education we aspire to achieve? So, if you can answer that question, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. The Office of Education of Daegu has already implemented the digital textbooks at a rate of 98%. Now, I think that that's a higher implementation rate compared to the other offices of education. And this is because the Office of Education at Daegu has been working on the implementation through a gradual approach. And so we have been working on edutech being implemented in the classrooms so that students can continuously work with edutech and be accustomed with this new technology. So there was no big challenges in implementing the digital textbooks. And if you listen to what the students are saying, they say that when they get a problem wrong, they can receive immediate feedback and also provide the students with another question that can help them further enhance their understanding about that particular topic. So it's really helpful in terms of deepening the students' knowledge level, understanding of a topic. And I had a chance to visit the classrooms. And I can see that when the students are working on math problems, there are about 20 to 25 students in a classroom, and not all students understand 100% what they're learning and the particular problems that they are solving. And also, if there's a discussion ongoing in the classrooms, not all students are 100% engaged and focused. But with the introduction of the AI textbooks, the teachers have been able to really have a very good grasp of the classroom situation and have a good understanding of all of the individual students in the classroom. So the teachers, they can provide very extensive contents for the students. In the past, the teachers were solely responsible for developing the classroom teaching materials, and all they did was develop them and distribute the materials, but there was a limit to what they could do. However, utilizing the digital textbooks, they have more access to the diverse resources, and they have more time on their hands to help with the students on their studies. And so it saves time for the teachers, and that enables them to really work on fostering the cognitive capabilities and also the non-cognitive skills of the students as well, help them foster both skills. And also they can really understand what's going on in the classrooms. There's participatory lessons being provided, and different level of problems are given to the students based on their level of understanding and academic achievement. This makes the classroom and the lessons more immersive, and the students are more engaged. You might have seen this in films or videos, but there's also a program that enables students to immediately receive feedback about their English pronunciation when they learn English. And so they know the level of accuracy in terms of the English pronunciation. And also during class, before class, and after class, the teachers can be more engaged also in working with the students and also providing students with feedback. So there's a digital tutor that is serving as a teacher assistant in the classroom, which really is supporting the teachers. And overall, we can say that the teachers, their capabilities to recompose the curriculum has been made more easier, has become more easier for the teachers as well. Yes, we saw the screens, and we can see the photos of the governor visiting an elementary school. I understand it's Yongji Elementary School. And this is quite impressive because I think that utilizing these digital tools, the teachers had to know how to use them and also recompose the curriculum for the individual students. So, what are the capacities required by the teachers for this? Well, this has been implemented for the new education curriculum, which focuses on in-depth education and learning experiences for the students. The teachers, they do have to know how to utilize the tools to recompose the curriculum to fit the personal needs of the students. However, the AI digital textbooks provides many different tools to enable the recomposition of the curriculum for the individual to meet the individual needs of the students. And number two, the teachers, well, I think that they have to receive pre-training. I think that this is a very important element to prepare the teachers. So they have to receive pre-training, and also there has to be very active discussions among the teachers to share their know-hows and experiences. So that is one way to develop the capacities of the teachers. Yes, thank you very much, Governor.
사례로 먼저
Why don't we take this opportunity to hear more about Australia? And this is a question to Assistant Secretary Vanessa Lepson. She did say that I should feel free to call her Vanessa, so I will. I understand that Australia has early on led digital education policies in primary and secondary education, and its policy efforts are noteworthy for bridging the accessibility gap across regions, for promoting digital citizenship, and for instituting the digital technologies curriculum. So, my question to you is, how do you see the impact of AI and digital technologies on the classroom environment and in the lessons?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the impact of AI and digital technologies on learning environments and classroom instruction. I thank the Republic of Korea for hosting this forum and enabling us to share our experiences. Before I turn to the question, I thought it might be useful to provide a little bit of context on Australia's education system. So in Australia, state governments or jurisdictions, a bit like Korea's provinces, are responsible for providing school education, and the federal or national government, which is where I work, we don't own or operate schools, but we provide significant funding and we're involved in setting national education priorities. And so AI is an example of this, where the federal government has worked very closely with all jurisdictions in Australia. So as the speakers before me have noted, AI and digital technologies offer a range of opportunities in the education sector. They have the potential to enhance student learning outcomes, address educational disadvantage, and support educators and institutions. And like many countries here and around the world, Australia recognises that the appropriate use of AI can greatly strengthen its education system. We also recognise that it has the potential to deliver significant benefits to educators and learners at all levels of the education system. So in Australia, in recognition of the importance of digital literacy, we've embedded it in schools through the Australian curriculum. We have also set expectations for what students should be taught, regardless of where they live or their background. The Australian curriculum includes digital literacy elements to help young Australians to become successful learners and to be aware of when and how to use digital technologies such as AI. With the increasing use of AI and digital technologies, teachers need to be well supported and to have the necessary knowledge and skills to use the tools effectively, including to enhance student learning outcomes. So connecting with other educators to share ideas is incredibly important, to be able to share experiences using AI, and also for enhancing teachers' professional practice and building awareness of these technologies. This is particularly important given we're seeing such a rapid change in education innovation and increasing adoption of generative AI in classrooms and the broader school community. So one example in Australia of where we're supporting the sharing of information and best practice is that we have set up a National Artificial Intelligence Task Force. And so the task force includes representatives from the Commonwealth or federal government, states and territories, but also our non-government schooling sector and academics and national education organisations. So this task force has worked together to provide a mechanism for coordination and collaboration for the use of AI across Australia, and it's enabled the development of the Australian Framework for Generative AI in schools. And so this framework provides students, teachers, staff, parents and carers with an evidence-based best practice guide to the responsible and ethical use of AI in schools. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of Australia's experiences.
Thank you. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. You have shared with us some of the case examples of Australia, and particularly that task force that you mentioned, and you have emphasized the role of this AI task force, and I do think that can also help other jurisdictions. I wanted to ask some for specific cases, but you have actually responded in that last answer, so I will move on for now.
And next, I would like to invite Professor Emeritus Bang Nam-ki of Gwangju National University of Education. So, former president of Gwangju National University of Education as well. So, President Park, you noted that AI technologies have opened up new possibilities for personalized education from the perspective of individuality, learner motivation, and student agency. Can you share your insight on how AI-based learning can positively impact the essence of education? And also, how should AI be designed to complement the role of teachers? If you can speak from a perspective of pedagogy, that would be very helpful. And furthermore, in order for teachers in the AI era to go beyond mere users of technology and become active leaders shaping the direction of education, in your view, what do you think is the educational philosophy as well as professional expertise that teachers must possess today? Yes, thank you very much. Well, I'm not sure if I can cover all of the questions. You asked a lot of questions. But anyhow, in terms of the student agency, well, I think that the core is the students have to understand why they have to move in that direction and what it is that they desire. And that's something that we all should think about. We heard from Chairman Jin-pyo Kim about how the low birth rate is leading to a shrinking of the Korean society. But I think that that's an issue of statistics. I don't think that we will completely disappear. The regions will disappear. But it is true that some believe that the population will decline by about 50%. At such a time, I think that we have to think about Korea and how Koreans are actually preparing for the future. Bill Gates says that people will be working only 2 to 3 days per week, and probably AI will be doing most of the work. So in such a time in the future, I think that we will be focusing on how we can share and distribute the wealth in society. If there are too many people working, I think that it might be difficult to actually distribute the wealth effectively. So I think that the Koreans are predicting the future, and that is why Koreans are actually decreasing the population to meet with the waves of the time. This is a joke, actually. But anyhow, so we're talking about personalized education. At the core of personalized education, well, I think that there are two things. First of all, the concept leisure. Do you know what that leisure means? Leisure goes back to the 18th century. And so it came up after the industrialization. Before that, we humans did not engage in leisure activities. School, plus, if I use this expression, leisure, so creative time or time for creating culture. That was what leisure was about after industrialization. But in this era of AI, in a future society, I think that for individuals to enjoy greater creative life based on culture, I think that we really have to foster the talents who can tap into their creativity and also engage in culture and also contribute to promoting culture. So with that in mind, if we think about the future of education and personalized education, I think that what's at the center of personalized education is, first of all, we need to have flexible learning environments and sustainable evaluation and feedbacks, as well as strengthening student agency. Well, first of all, if we talk about personalized learning plans, it has to incorporate the strengths and weaknesses and the areas of interest of the individual students. All of this should be covered in the personalized learning plan. However, in the past, it was difficult to provide such personalized learning plans to all students. However, with AI, this has become a reality. The time and effort required to come up with personalized plans for students have gone down considerably. It's the same for assessment and feedback as well. At the core of personalized teaching and learning is immediate real-time feedback. For the teachers in the classrooms, it has been quite impossible to provide that for all students. But when the teachers started to utilize AI, I do believe that real-time feedback has become much easier than in the past. And also, we talk about strengthening student agency. I have a slide prepared. And if you take a look, what I'm trying to emphasize here, and this is something that I created, the slide, but the first step of utilizing AI to provide personalized education, the first step actually is to focus on the development of social and emotional aspects of the students. So I think that for personalized education to succeed, the teachers have to have the capacity to provide guidance for social and emotional development. In the past, the teachers focused on delivering knowledge and teaching them, but aside from that, now the teachers have to also provide guidance for social emotional development and also manage the classrooms at the same time. Also, nowadays, if you think about it, the teachers had to put on different hats. They had to also provide feedback and consult the parents as well. And there were many different roles that they had to do. And now I think that the new tools and technologies make things easier for them to carry out these roles. But first of all, I would like to emphasize the guidance of day-to-day school life and also social emotional guidance. So you have to have fertile ground in order to bear good fruit. That's likewise in the classroom as well. You need to have the basis in place in order to have the teachers to be able to provide effective teaching and learning experiences. So first of all, the foundation would be the emotional side of the students, the social and emotional development. And after that is focused on, then we can go on to the knowledge side and also cognitive development, the metacognitive skills as well. So that would be about strengthening student agency. And with that, this will create a virtual cycle. The students will have higher self-esteem and confidence in themselves, and they will be more immersed and engaged in learning. I read a book about the best pedagogy in this era of digitalization. It focuses on what kind of guidance and teaching is required, and also how these new tools can be applied for that, and also how these tools can be utilized by the teachers. And I have interview teachers, and I have become more confident that in fact the digital tools can be beneficial for everyone in the classroom, the teachers and the students, and it also helps strengthen the student agency as well. However, we do need to enhance the quality of the AI digital textbooks that we have, and we also have to foster greater capacity of the teachers to utilize these digital tools, and they have to be motivated to utilize these new tools, and we need greater infrastructure as well. Yes, thank you very much. So we have just heard from the Professor Emeritus. I think you actually covered all of the questions that I asked. Thank you very much. But nowadays, I continue to think about how the AI digital textbooks, well, they're being implemented at elementary schools. And the students are taught on a 40-minute basis. So each class is 40 minutes. Personalized education, well, perhaps having education within the classroom might have limitations because, for example, let's say that you're a 5th grade student, and sometimes your level of math is the level of 3rd graders. So perhaps it might not be the classrooms of that fifth grade student, but perhaps after school programs might be more effective to help the student, or not just the after school programs, but perhaps community support programs. Perhaps there might have to be support at the family level as well after they come back from school. What do you think about this? Yes, that's actually a very good point. If you think about the time that the students spend at school, that's only about 1/3 of their total time. The rest they spend within the local communities or in their families, their homes. So like you said, the students, well, they can acknowledge what they have to solve, the problems and the issues that they have to tackle, academic issues, but then they also have to work on them after they come back from school as well. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that at the homes, you have the parents. At the school, there's the teachers. And at the local communities, there's the mentors. I think that we need to have these mentors in the different venues of the students. At the home, that would be the parents. In the local communities, that would be the mentors.
That, right? 그래서 과거에 비해서
So in the past, compared to the past, everyone is much younger, physically and also emotionally and mentally as well. I think that everyone is energetic compared to the past. And people want to contribute to society. But unfortunately, in our society, people have to retire at the age of 65. We can utilize the older workers who have extensive expertise and experience as mentors in the local communities. So I think that each and every one of the older people who have retired can serve that role as a mentor very faithfully. Like you said, the resources at the school might not be enough and the space in the schools might be limited. So I think that we have to look beyond the schools and the flipped learning. Because of this, well, actually, flipped learning might have its own challenges because flipped learning requires prior studies at home. So AIDT and the mentors and the parents by the sides of the students, I think that flipped learning can actually bear effective outcomes. But with that, we need all of the stakeholders to make concerted efforts. Yes, thank you very much. I really agree with what you just said. And you talked about student agency. We talk a lot about this student agency in the various international conferences and also within the academic circle as well. But I think that the children, students, it's really difficult for them to have complete or perfect student agency. I don't think that even adults have 100% such strong agency. So we need the support of people around us. And I think that requiring students to have a strong agency might not be the right way forward. We have to help them go in the direction of student agency to support them in building student agency. And that's a role of the teachers and also the stakeholders that you mentioned about to play. So Chairman Kim talked about the private education in our society, how there's high dependency on private education. I think that the challenge of private education actually can be solved by providing personalized education to the students and also have the mentors, the parents to motivate the students. I think the key word here is engagement. We have to work towards enhancing student engagement and think about how we can support that, scapegoating, for example, and also motivating the students. That I think is very important. Let's now go on to our next speaker.
디지털을 활용한 교육.
Now, in the case of Singapore, you're making use of digital technologies. In fact, it is known as a technological powerhouse. And to that end, Singapore is also spearheading many different projects. But at the heart of it all, you're putting teachers at the center. So I was wondering, if you look at NIA, the teacher training, and even in the classrooms, we still see that because with digital transformation, there's still the teacher that is put at the heart of it. So can you tell us more about the case in Singapore?
Thank you, Dr. Chung, for the question. Yeah. Good morning to all of you. I'm Wenli from Singapore. So I am answering this question in the capacity of both a researcher in the area of AI in education and also as the department head of my learning sciences and assessment, which in charge of a lot of teacher education programs in Singapore. So in Singapore's classroom settings, students are interacting with AI in different ways. For example, they learn about AI, they learn from AI, they also learn with AI. So AI literacy becomes so important now. So what is considered as an AI literacy? So AI literacy is about the knowledge, skills, competencies, and the dispositions about AI and how to work with AI. So this also includes understanding AI, using AI, evaluating AI, collaborating with AI, and practicing AI ethics. So this is not a very easy literacy for the students. So to prepare for the future-ready learners, our teachers need to be also developed in this kind of AI literacy. And on top of this AI literacy, our teachers also need to have AI in education pedagogy. This is a broader AI literacy and a competency for school teachers. So in terms of, currently we are at the Seoul Teacher Education Institution in Singapore. We are developing a lot of courses and we are taking a progressive approaches in teacher education in terms of AI in education. And we are highlighting human-centered AI in education. So just now, Dr. Chang and the professor also talked about agency. Yes, we are highlighting learners or humans' agency and autonomy. I think many of the speakers, we talk about the benefit of AI in personalized learning. Actually, there is a deeper concern at this moment for educators and researchers. AI might diminish students' cognitive thinking because there possibility of over-reliance on AI. So nowadays, our children, they just using ChatGPT to find out all kinds of answers. So in the long run, if they have over-reliance on AI, they may always go through this kind of a cognitive shortcut. So in the long run, it may lead to cognitive laziness and competency atrophy. So that's why nowadays, in terms of AI literacy, it's not just about AI. It is also about human and the learner, what we need to do as a learner. So in terms of our progressive approach in teacher education, we are educating our school teachers in 4 levels of competencies in terms of AI in education. So these 4 levels are emergent, proficient, accomplished, and leading. So in terms of emergent, it is more target for our pre-service teachers in Singapore. So when they are taking the ICT for Meaningful Learning courses, there are a lot of topics on AI and also data literacy. And at the second level, proficiency level, it is more for in-service teachers, especially for those novice teachers. So the teachers at this stage, they need to learn what are those AI tools available for teachers and the students, and how they are able to use it in terms of different type of work, improve their proficiency, efficiency. On top of that, how to augment their teaching and the learning. So at the third level, accomplished, it is more for those teachers who are willing to deepening their knowledge and skills in AI in education. We offer a program which is called Certificate Program for AI for Education for educator. So as you can see here, this is not called AI in education, but AI for education. So AI will be integrated in our school system. And last but not least is the leading level. We are targeting at the school leaders who are going to make a systematic changes to impact the school practice in terms of AI in education.
Thank you. 네.
Thank you very much for that. We will continue to hear more later on, but I understand that teachers globally, they have such excellent capacities, but when they're faced with these new and emerging technologies, they would have to work even harder to learn and adopt. I have to say that I also try to work hard, but sometimes I feel lazy. I might not want to work so much. So maybe next time around, in our next round, we can hear more about incentives and how are these Singaporean teachers being incentivized to do so much. And maybe this could be be my next question in the second round later on. Thank you very much.
선생님께
Let us now go on to Mr. Chebum Cho, who is a teacher at elementary school. I understand that you created a Teachers Creators Association because you believe that teachers also have to teach, not only teach, but also become creators. So I really respect your effort and your initiative because you have a lot on your hands as an elementary school teacher, but you're trying something new for the students. So in terms of utilizing digital textbooks and AI-based tools, as a teacher in this classroom, I'm curious about your experience. What is it really like in the classrooms when you utilize the tools versus when you did not use these tools? How was the students' participation level different? What's the students' feedback? And what's the outcome of the students utilizing these new tools? And also, in this changed learning environment, what do you think is additionally required upon teachers as new capacities? Because you too, you are also a teacher, so I'm thinking probably you're working very hard on building up your capacities to adjust to the changing times. So can you talk about the required capacity of the teachers? I know I threw a lot at you, but if you can answer, then that would be very helpful. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So our session leader has complimented me, but I think that the reason, and I thank you for that, but I think that the reason that I'm up here is because I'm slightly below average than the other teachers, because there are so many wonderful teachers in the schools. And this means that really the capacity level of teachers are truly outstanding. So with that, now let me answer your question. So we've tried AI and also edutech in our classrooms at our school. First of all, during Korean language class, we used the word cloud technology. And what we did was, for example, if it's a poem, what emotions come to mind after reading this poem? And we had the students use this word cloud app to suggest what comes to their mind. Usually the passive students who are a little bit shy, they don't really participate when they ask questions. They don't really raise their hand and answers. But now they can just key in their answers and they can see the word cloud, what they've written on the screen. And also we used an online collaborative board. It uses AI to come up with images. And for the poem lesson, well, we had the students have drawings along with their poems. And so those who are very good at drawing were more actively participating in this lesson. But actually, the students could use the digital tools to create their drawings alongside their original poems. And the students were more excited to do this, and also they actually were interested in what their fellow students were doing, and this led to a creation of mutual respect for the creative work that their fellow students were making in their classroom. So I think that AI actually promoted the engagement of the students and also their communication and exchanges as well. And also there's Gen AI that's used for creating music, for example. And we use that tool to create a campaign song. And it was about the threats of deep fake or the responsibility of digital citizens. So we had students make songs about this, come up with the lyrics, and students had a blast with this. It was not just about enjoying the class, but at the same time, this had them think in a critical manner about the topics. And they looked back at the situation and what they could do. And the students were saying, this is so exciting, and next time I want to create a music video, have the images created as well. So the creative ideas were further explored utilizing these digital tools, which I found to be quite fascinating. So I think that teachers are not just simply teaching, but actually they're working collaboratively with the students. So they're co-creators. But at the same time, I thought about AI literacy. In the past, we needed internet literacy when internet was introduced. Just like that, with emergence of AI, we need to promote AI literacy. And so then, what is the role of teachers? Having said that, in the past, teachers just simply deliver the knowledge or manage the classrooms. I think that was the core roles of the teachers. But now, the teachers are designing the lessons and also providing the feedback, and also they work as facilitators for the students as they use the tools. I think that there is not a one-size-fit-all approach for education. We have to find personalized pathways for the students and also coordinate the experience for the students. Then, what are the capacities required by the teachers? I think that there are three core capacities. First of all, there's data literacy. There's a lot of AI tools, and there's an AI digital textbook which provides a lot of data to the teachers. They're useful data. However, the teachers should have to be able to interpret the data. And so that's an important capacity for the teachers, not just looking at the statistics, but they have to understand the context. Why did the student not fail in solving this problem? Is the student having difficulty in a certain area? So the teachers have to be able to read the data, interpret the data, read between the lines. That is when the tool can play a greater role for education. When the teachers have that capacity, they can further utilize the tools. And also, I think that in terms of diagnosis, the teachers have to be able to actually analyze and also interpret the results as well and know how to apply the results. And also, there has to be the emotional and social side to be able to connect with the students, and being able to emphasize it's very important. I teach at an elementary school, and the students, they really want the teachers to be interested in them. Just giving them few warm words or compliments really help the students boost their motivation. So the teachers have to be able to understand the students and help them grow. And education has to be human-centered. AI tools, they read the data, but the human teachers, they have to be able to read what the students are saying with their eyesight, through their expressions. So the teachers have to be able to read that, their gestures and everything, the behaviors of the students. And I think that the teachers are at the center of this new education led by AI and digital tools. Thank you. Thank you very much. So every time I speak with Mr. Cho, I'm quite surprised because you have a lot to share. And they were quite insightful. So thank you very much. And so I think that we can conclude the Q&A for this first topic of session 1. Let's go on to the second round. And the second round theme is about the classrooms that's implementing AI.
그러다 보니까
But because AI is still very new, there are some challenges and some improvements that we have to make, and we're seeing some issues and problems in their implementation. So this round, we're going to talk about how AI and digital technologies are actually being rolled out in the field and what problems or issues are being identified. There's a lot of pilot classes that are being put forth with AI, but that can lead as a one-time thing. And that's not a full success because we want this to be consistent and sustainable. The question shouldn't be how many different AI tools do we use in this class, but more about what meaningful learning outcomes were presented for our students through the use of these digital technologies. And so ultimately, we are trying to transition into an entirely new ecosystem, and this transition has to be orderly and organic. And so we would like to once again tap into the Korean cases and also these overseas cases. And to that, I would like to ask a question to Governor Kang.
So the Office of Education at Daegu, perhaps it's because my institution is located in Daegu, but I think that Daegu Office of Education is really leading the digital education of Korea. For example, the training for the teachers, strengthening the infrastructure, and also training on the side effects of digital technology implementation in the classrooms. I think that you have carried out a lot of different initiatives, and you are leading the way in digital education in Korea, and you have been noted as a model case for digital education. But I'm sure that there were some challenges. How did you overcome these challenges? And also, what are you envisioning to overcome the future challenges as well, if you have any plans for that? Yes. So, the teachers in the classrooms, well, they are implementing the digital devices, the digital tools, and it might not be easy for them. I understand that, because sometimes the digital devices are malfunctioning. Sometimes the internet connectivity might not be good, especially precisely at the moment when the teacher has to use it. Sometimes the connection there's an issue with the connection, there are technical problems. And so in that case, then the teachers have to turn back to the traditional paper textbooks when the digital textbooks are not working. So the teachers have to be able to flexibly respond to the challenges within the classroom at that very moment. And also they have to be able to always manage the infrastructure and the devices so that the devices can be effectively used. But at the same time, they have to make sure that the digital devices are used in a very safe environment. Our Office of Education, through our tech center, actually has been playing the role of stably providing the digital devices, and also we're in charge of the maintenance as well. We have been doing this for several years. So whenever there's a malfunctioning device, anytime, when we are contacted, we send out people to carry out real-time response and maintenance for the digital devices. The parents sometimes want to rent or lease the smart pads that's owned by the Office of Education during summer break, because they say that these devices block the sensitive materials, for example, or websites. Because we have that kind of control mechanism in place for the digital devices. So we're reviewing how we can lend the digital devices that we own at the public sector to the families and homes during vacation time. And also for each classroom, we have been providing Wi-Fi 6 level internet connection. It's a very advanced level of internet connection so that all of the students can watch videos up to a 10 mega level, each students in all of the classrooms. So we thought that the connection is very important, so we have the infrastructure laid for that to support that. And also from K1 to 12, we are making sure that all of the devices are working for all of the students. And what is most important is the training for the textbooks and also for all of the grades from the elementary to middle school to high schools. We have been providing 100% training to all of the teachers. We have, in fact, completed training for all teachers 100%. But nevertheless, despite the training, if you go into the classroom, sometimes there are unexpected cases that may emerge. And so we continue to provide follow-up training for the teachers based on their needs. So there's also a weekend course that we provide whenever teachers apply and suggest for training. We provide that. It's not just the offline training, but also online training. We have ai.cdt.net, and so through this website, we have been offering online training. For example, in terms of the digital textbooks for the English language and mathematics, there's guidance that's provided for the teachers on how they can use this, and also there's a sample lesson that's up there as a video that the teachers can watch as reference. And also we believe that cooperation with the parents are very important as well. And so the parents might have concern that there might be too much usage of digital tools for the young students, and that is why we also provide training and learning opportunities for the parents to help them understand about what's really going on in the classrooms utilizing these digital tools. And also when the students are not able to learn in the classrooms, or they're absent, the students can actually watch the online education materials as well. But we also offer that opportunity to the parents as well, so that they can have a glimpse of what's happening in the classrooms. And at the same time, in terms of the administrative staff who provide support for the digital education, we provide training so that they have basic understanding and capacity related to the AI textbook based learning experiences. So for all of the stakeholders involved in this education journey, we have been providing training opportunities for everyone so that we can get rid of the unnecessary concerns surrounding this education experience and ensure that the digital tools can be effectively used in all classrooms throughout K1 to 12. So we will continue to standardize well-designed lessons. And also, by doing so, by providing such support, I think that the teachers can really focus on the students and have the teaching experience be centered around the students. Up till now, we tend to think, we have thought, that students are actually the target of education, but actually they have to be at the center of education. And that is the future direction of education. Yes, thank you very much. So you talked about what's happening in Daegu, and actually I have served as a lecturer for the training course for the parents, and I've heard them talking about perhaps the use of digital tools might hurt the literacy level of students, or there might be over-dependence on digital tools. But I always tell the parents that addiction or over-dependence related to games, for example, I have never seen any student who has been overly dependent or obsessed with digital education tools. So if you are over obsessed with digital education, perhaps the students should be awarded if they're so focused and really hooked on with digital education and their learning experience. Don't you agree? Yes. Well, I think that students who are really hooked on digital textbooks actually might be a positive thing. And also in relation to literacy, I don't think that you should be concerned without any grounds for that existing, because at the same time we have been strengthening our reading lessons as well, and the opportunity for students to engage in reading. As we implemented the digital textbook, we have further strengthened our reading initiatives as well. And so from 2 years on, we have been preparing for this new initiatives that has started this year. So from 5th grade to the first year of middle grade, we have been also providing a semester for the emotional side of students. And so we have been looking at all of the aspects that people are concerned about. So we have been strengthening digital technology use in the classrooms, but at the same time, we've been focusing our attention on social and emotional advancement and development of students as well. Let's go on to Australia now.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that from December of 2023, you've been working to try to make safe and effective use of generative AI in schools. So there was a framework, a plan with 6 principles and also 25 guidelines. So based on this, how exactly are teachers making use of generative AI in the classrooms? What are the outcomes?
Thank you very much for your question about Australia's framework for generative AI in schools. As you mentioned, the framework was released at the end of 2023 to guide responsible and ethical use of generative AI tools in a way that benefits schools, students and society. As my panellist Ms. Wen Lee highlighted so well, the framework also highlights the need for these tools to be used to support and enhance critical thinking and creativity. So the framework is designed to support all people connected with school education, and as Mr. Chung noted, it's guided by 6 core principles. So these core principles are teaching and learning, human and social well-being, transparency, fairness, accountability, privacy, security, and safety. So these principles also emphasise that the tools should be used fairly and respectfully, remain open to challenge, and retain human agency and accountability. And they also emphasise the need to protect student privacy and data. Supporting these core principles are 25 guidelines. They detail how school communities can use AI to support student outcomes, uphold ethical practices, and promote equity and inclusion. The framework's principles and guiding statements are designed to help jurisdictions and sectors align existing approaches while also supporting the development of future work. Mr. Chung asked for some examples of practical applications of the framework. So if I can provide examples from two jurisdictions in Australia. So the Department of Education in South Australia has developed a custom-built AI chatbot for teaching and learning called EdChat. And this is available to all staff and some students in government schools and preschools across their jurisdiction. So in comparison to openly available AI chatbots, the EdChat has extra safety features to improve data security and to protect students from accessing inappropriate content. Mr. Chung also noted the significant workload on our teachers. As another example, in Western Australia, they're implementing a pilot program to reduce teacher workloads. So it aims to do this by using generative AI to draft lesson plans and suggest learning activities aligned to Australia's national curriculum. Australia's framework for generative AI in schools is an important guide for our education sector. It's important that such guides are reviewed to ensure their relevance and effectiveness, particularly given the fast-paced developments in AI. And so Australia's framework will be reviewed annually.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for laying out different cases as well. And now I have to say I'm feeling a bit of a time pressure because I want to end on time so that we can break for lunch. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
So my question goes to President Park. You have emphasized that for AI-based education to become successful, not only technology but also policy, institutional systems, and teacher support structures are all very important, and they have to be integrated together. So from your perspective, well, we have many global policymakers here as well. So in terms of the institutional support, what do you think is required? Yes. So first of all, in the case of Korea, well, there's the legal status of AIDT. We have the presidential election upcoming, and I was a bit concerned, but the Democratic Party, the number one pledge is making Korea AI-based, strong economy, and that there will be an AI committee established. So I'm sure that within that committee, AIDT might be discussed, and there might be a positive approach towards AIDT. Whether it's the textbook or education materials, I think that perhaps AIDT might not be mandated, but it might be something that can be selected autonomously at the school level. So perhaps that might be the approach forward. But anyhow, also what is needed is in our schools, if you call 119, we provide maintenance service. If there is from outside, it's outside vendor that comes to provide service because you need immediate support to fix your system problems. So for the teachers who are trying to use the digital technology in the classrooms, we have to make sure that they can receive immediate support. Just like when you call 911, we need someone to support the teachers in that manner, to deal with the technical problems. So we have a lot of private sector companies, vendors, who can offer that kind of service. So I think that perhaps through a MOU, we can provide that kind of service to the teachers by cooperating with the private sector. So perhaps the Office of Education might want to look into this. And also, what's more important than institutional reform is creating the right culture. A lot of teachers are showing backlash towards implementation of digital textbook and tools. And opposing this, we have to understand where they're coming from. What are their concerns? We have to understand that and approach these issues. For that, we have to actually create the right culture to really listen to the views of the stakeholders and help promote understanding. The teachers, well, some of them might not even want to use digital technology because they are not really open to change or these digital aspects. But perhaps there might be actually a teacher who can show how these digital technology can be utilized. And so these leading teachers perhaps might take the initiative first at the school level and show to their fellow teachers how it can be done. And also, when we talk about the AI digital textbooks, AITT, the lesson models for utilizing AITT has been utilized. But actually, we don't have education for the sake of AI. We have to understand that AI is just a tool for effective education. So we should come up with more teaching models that use the AI digital tools in an effective manner, but keep in mind what's at the center, what's most important. And also, we also have to think about how we can come up with a digital plus analog type of learning experience as well. And also, if you look at the pilot models that have been initiated by the government, we can see that there are no notebooks and pens or pencils that the students are using because everything has gone digital in these pilot lessons and teaching experiences. But actually, it's very important for the students to utilize their hands and use their five senses. So even if we do use the digital tools, we have to make sure that the students are in touch with their senses. So that's the type of AITT teaching that we need. If not, there will be continuous opposition from the teachers. So it doesn't have to be all digital. We have to keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be an overhaul of all of the institutions that we have, but we really have to incorporate the views and the concerns of the teachers, what makes them feel uncomfortable about the digital approach. And we have to incorporate that as we carry out digital technology-based learning. Yes, thank you very much. I really agree with what you said, especially when we think about Korea's AIDT initiative. It was first implemented at the grade 3 level. So especially as the students are in their young ages and also in grades 1, 2, 3 especially, using their five senses, we call that hands-on education, is very important, I do believe. So analog plus digital is something that we should think about. And perhaps we can gradually then have more people join on this digital journey. For a stable institution, I think that we cannot force people to join. We really need the right culture that has everyone on board. And so let's go on to Singapore.
As we know, Singapore is an economy that is excellent at putting this into practice. I understand that you have the initiative called Smart Nation, EduTech Master Plan 2030, and the Student Learning Space, or SLS, at Singapore, as I understand, is also well known. The Skills Future for Educators. So there are these different frameworks and models, really quite best practices, I think, in the case of Singapore. Looking at all the data, I think that if we look at the excellent models, they are all really found in these national reports of Singapore. So the question that I wanted to ask you is, we look at and we read about these models on paper. And really, if these policies can be put into practice as they stand, that would be perfect. But I think that there could be some gaps when they're put into practice. So how exactly are these being implemented in the field? Because if we look at the report, I mean, they are awesome, but I wonder how they are actually being put into practice in real life and how you manage those gaps on the field. So if we can hear that from the Senior Assistant Director.
Thank you, Session Leader Chung, for the question. So indeed, actually, I think many of the things that have been addressed I'm going to be repeating some of that in my points here. But that's really to say that I think we are all heading in the same direction. So in Singapore, actually, at the national level, schools are guided by the EdTech Master Plan, which was launched in 2024. And this provides guidance for technology integration for schools. And I was quite heartened when Vice Minister Oh mentioned earlier that for Korea, many of these things started 30 years ago, right? And I think for us as well, this started actually way back in 1997 when we had our first ICT Master Plan. And since then, we have had 4 master plans, and then now the EdTech Master Plan. So this really kind of gives direction to schools on how they can harness technology more effectively to enhance teaching and learning, as well as to leverage technology as a capability multiplier. So while we say that this is a national level strategy, schools actually have the flexibility to implement these strategies at the school level at their own pace. So there is some flexibility in that. So perhaps let me illustrate that with an example of how this policy guides the school-based implementation. So one of the strategic thrusts we have is to empower students learning through greater customization and personalization through EdTech. And I suppose, I think early on when Session Leader Chung spoke about the SLS, we do have certain AI-enabled features within our SLS. So for example, I think we talked about agency earlier. So there is an adaptive learning system within the SLS. Currently, it's available for mathematics and geography. And this allows students to really learn at their own pace and kind of, figure out what is best for themselves. So this is not part of classroom teaching. The students can discover it for themselves. There is also a suite of learning feedback assistants, and I think early on many of the panelists spoke about giving feedback to students instantaneously and helping teachers kind of relieve some of this marking load. So this really helps them in giving customized feedback, and I think earlier on as well we talked about this personalized learning plan. So that's happening for students right now. But we also talked about for teachers, right? And I think some of it was mentioned earlier. But I think in Australia there was that system to help teachers relieve the workload. So we've also got something that we call the Authoring Co-Pilot, and that helps teachers to plan lessons. There is also a data assistant, because we know that in a class of 30 to 40 students, sometimes with qualitative responses, it is a bit hard for teachers to kind of look at it at a glance to give feedback. So there is a kind of data assistant that uses AI to give an analysis of the students' responses in the classrooms. So how these tools are used are really up to the school's discretion, right? So while we provide many of these tools at the national level, there is a lot of autonomy in which schools can use it. And I think, as mentioned by panelists as well, it's really what the learning outcomes that the schools want to achieve with these learning tools. But we also recognize that I think it's equally important to strengthen students' digital literacy and technological skills, because again, it's not about the memorization of knowledge anymore, right? It's about how students can use these skills, these tools to prepare them for the future. So we provide schools with guidance to support the development of these digital literacies. Some of these are integrated with the curriculum. That means within the subjects that they learn, these digital literacies are already embedded within that. Some of it is as self-paced lessons within the SLS that students can again access on their own as part of their agency to learn on their own. But I think we also heard from Winley from NIE. We do have a very strong partnership for teacher professional development. So we also recognize that to kind of implement many of these AI practices, we need to strengthen teachers' EdTech practices. So we often say this thing, right? Teaching is a team sport. Because we don't feel like teachers can't do it alone, right? It's just like any team sport that you have, like soccer, baseball. You do need a team of players, right? And we do see that network of learning communities in schools where teachers and teacher leaders come together to share best practices, whether to share resources, lesson plans, or just good practices across these schools. Last but not least, we do recognize, of course, that AI and digital technologies presents many opportunities, but we also recognize that there are many risks. So I think we heard about this cognitive offloading, and Winley talked about this cognitive laziness that we do see. So we do have an AI in education ethics framework, and this centers on the principles of agency, inclusivity, fairness, and safety. So this is to guide schools in the use and development of AI tools. And perhaps maybe let me just elaborate a little bit of what this looks like. So agency really is about preserving the learner's choice. So students have the choice to decide which AI tools they want to learn. Inclusivity is having these tools being developed centrally so that all students across all ages, all levels, they have access to these tools, right? This idea of equal opportunities for all students. We also talked about fairness because we do know that I think when we use AI, there could be certain biases or biasness in the LLMs because of the knowledge that they've been trained on. So perhaps certain Asian or cultural context that is specific to our own countries, right? They may not be so well understood by the LLM. And we do want to make sure that these LLMs are safe. And last but not least, this idea of safety as well. We also recognize that many of these systems are actually built for the general masses. They're not really built for education use, right? So if you use ChatGPT, actually it's built for all ages. It's not meant for, K to 12 students. So how do we ensure that, these tools are safe for our students? That's something that we're quite concerned about. In fact, we recently partnered with our colleagues from Government Technology Unit, where they did some testing on our LLM features to make sure that it's safe. So to give you an example, right? So if you today go to ChatGPT and you were to ask something that's quite obviously not right. So for example, how do I build a bomb? How do I kill someone, right? It's quite obvious that these would not be responded by ChatGPT. But something that's a bit different, right? So if you think about it, if I ask a question, how do I kiss someone, right? Perhaps amongst the audience here, perhaps that's a perfectly acceptable question for anyone in this audience to ask, right? But if we had our students ask some of these questions, will it actually be able to resist and not give a response to these questions? So these are some of the testing when we talk about safety that we do for the students to make sure that these tools are safe. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. We've just heard the case of Singapore. And now this will be the last question of the session. We have engaged in in-depth discussions, and also we have talked about improvements that's required and also some of the challenges forward. Now to Mr. Cho, I would like to ask you, if you have a lamp of a genie and it grants you wishes. Well, I understand that there are people from your respective Office of Education. I understand that the governor is here as well. If you are granted 3 wishes, you have this magical lamp, then what would be the 3 wishes? As a teacher working in a school, you only have 3 wishes that can be granted. What would they be? Yes, thank you very much. First of all, my first wish is that I served as a lecturer of high touch, and also I am leading the way in innovation in the classroom. And also I'm over my 50s. I don't look like it. I look very young now, but anyhow, I think that the training has to really focus on designing the lessons, because last year I understood that it's more about functions that the training was provided about. But of course, rather than teaching the teachers how to use a tool, maybe we can teach them why these tools are used and when they can use them. So perhaps that can be the focus of the training. Yeah, and I do believe that this kind of training will be provided and my wish will be granted. And number 2, Professor Park mentioned this, but we need more support for using the digital technology and tools in the classrooms. And this includes the AI digital textbooks, because there are unexpected malfunctions that may arise, the technical issues. Karis is in charge of providing that kind of support, and you're doing a great job. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the president of Karis for your support. In the initial stages, there was a lot of chaos in the classroom for utilizing this new textbook, and you provided swift response and support. But I do hope that we can further advance the level of support. And my last wish is that we need to establish an ecosystem surrounding AI education. People tend to think that AI digital textbook is the end goal, but actually it's not. It's just one pillar of a AI ecosystem that we need. So in order to create an AI education ecosystem, we need to have a community for the teachers who can share their experiences, share the AI related contents. Of course, we do have that kind of a community informally where the teachers exchange their views and experiences. And I do hope that the teachers from abroad have a better understanding of what's happening here in Korea. And I do hope that we can further strengthen the ecosystem and advance the initiatives and efforts that are being carried out. And also at the same time, I hope that there can be the legal and institutional foundation strengthened because there's a lot of shortcomings still. We talked about the legal status of the AI textbook. As it was mentioned before, in order to utilize AI, there has to be legal and institutional foundation in place. And also, we have to ensure that the digital tools can be used in a safe manner. And I know that there's a lot of concerns about that. For example, at the national level, there can be certification of the AI tools and textbooks, and also there has to be a certification by the necessary authorities for the use of these digital tools. And once we have that clear, then I think that we can further utilize the tools, the digital tools, in a more effective manner, because this is what the teachers want in the schools. So that was a voice from the scene of education. Thank you very much. So the Vice Minister has just pledged to grant your 3 wishes. The genie has agreed. So you talked about your 3 wishes. I do hope that your wishes come true within a very short period of time. So in the first session, we talked about the topic of teacher-led classroom renovation. We had an in-depth and meaningful discussion with 6 distinguished experts. And what is quite meaningful is that we were on time. And as a chair, I am quite proud of my timekeeping capabilities. So in this era of AI, I think that the advancement of AI and digital technologies is rapidly transforming not only the methods, but also the very structure of education. And we are seeing the education landscape evolve. In the early days, we used the PowerPoint slides, and we could see that there were only 10% of the teachers using it, and that grew to 20% and 30%. It took about 2 to 3 decades for all of the teachers to use this. So I think it's the same for AI. There's only about 10 or 20% of teachers using this, but as you know, everything is accelerating at a faster pace. So I do believe that AI will be spreading and utilized by more teachers at a faster rate in the classrooms soon. But what is important is to have the institutional foundation and support so that the digital tools can be used in a safe manner in the classrooms. And the change of digital technology is not just about mere digital transformation, but it's also about a revolution of the classrooms and the culture that we have. And with that, I would like to close the session. I would like to thank everyone for your participation. Thank you.
큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much. Please give them all a big round of applause. I'd like to ask the panelists to return to your seats.
Esteemed panelists for their active participation. Thank you. 자, 여러분.
We have been here since early this morning. I know that this has been a very informative session. I'm sure you all must be hungry, so we will have lunch. Let's ask Vice Minister Oh, as well as Chairman Kim and all the speakers and those invited to the official luncheon to please head to Ocean View on the 5th floor. As well as for all the participants, if you are wearing a lanyard with a white strap, you can eat at Delizia, which is on the 3rd floor. And we will meet back here at 1:30 for the next session.
To the luncheon, please proceed to the 5th floor, Ocean View. And all other participants wearing white name tags will be guided to Delizia on the 3rd floor. Please enjoy your lunchtime and come back to this hall for second session at 1:30. Thank you very much. 온라인 시청자 여러분께서도 1시 반에 다시 시청해 주십시오. 고맙습니다.
장내 정리를 위하여 빠른 퇴장 부탁드리겠습니다. We're really sorry to bother you. Please move to your luncheon space.
One last one.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 세션 2
Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin session 2. I would like to ask everyone to please come inside and kindly take your seats.
will soon commence session 2, so please take your seats. 네, 저희 세션 2
We will soon begin session 2. I would like to ask everyone to please kindly take your seats.
Welcome back to Global Education Reform Conference. We'll now begin session 2. So now please be seated. Thank you. 네, 여러분 안녕.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are carrying out the Global Education Reform Conference, and welcome back. Before we begin session 2, I would like to introduce to you that simultaneous interpretation is being provided. Korean is channel number 3 and English is channel number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Global Education Reform Conference, and we will now begin session 2. Before we begin, for our international audiences, we do provide a simultaneous interpretation service. Please set to channel 3 for Korean and channel 4 is for English. Thank you. 네.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now proceed in Korean. The theme of this session is Connect Higher Education, and we will look into the specific theme of a new paradigm for global higher education innovation. So we will be talking about the role of higher education innovation in the AI era, as well as the strategies and functions that universities of the future should embody. And the session will be moderated by a session leader along with the panelists. The session leader of this session is President Choi Do-sung of the Handong Global University. Please greet him up to the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. And next, let me introduce to you our panelists, former president of National University of Gangwon, who is currently the chairman of the RSC committee, Chairman Hun Young Kim. Thank you very much. And also the founder and CEO of Minerva University. We have with us Mr. Ben Nelson.
Founder and CEO Ben Nelson of Minerva University of USA. Please welcome him. 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Thank you very much. And next, from the University of Tokyo, we have with us Executive Vice President Hayashi Kaori.
Executive Vice President Hayashi Kaori of the University of Tokyo. Please welcome her. Thank you. Today, welcome. 이어서
And next, from the University of the Philippines, we have President Angelo Jimenez.
Angelo Jimenez of the University of the Philippines. We'd like to welcome her to the stage. Thank you. Please welcome him. 네, 이어서는
And next, I would like to invite Executive Director Hong Ju-jung of the Korean Student Aid Foundation, KOSOF. Thank you very much. So I have just introduced the session leader and also the panelists. I hand over the mic to Dr. Choi Do-sung. Yes, good afternoon. So we are here at session 2, which is on Connect Higher Education session, and I am the president of the Handong Global University. I would like to thank everyone joining us today and also the participants. Thank you very much. So today, if we look at the environment of higher education, we can see that it is rapidly changing at a faster pace than ever before. With the spread and advancement of AI and other digital technology, we are seeing that the role of universities, the structure, and also the way the universities are being operated are requiring to be fundamentally reviewed and perhaps overhauled. So universities are no longer institutions that deliver knowledge, but it is a place for fostering creative talents that can solve problems, and also it has to cooperate with the global community and on institutions. So it has to evolve into a platform to play that role. In particular, the innovation of higher education cannot be solved with the implementation of technology alone. Depending on the philosophies of the universities hold, the designing of education and also linking academia with industries and society will be determined. So in this process, the flexibility of institutions is necessary, and also there has to be policy support, and also there has to be global collaboration. And all of this is required in order to have sustainable innovation in higher education. So against this backdrop, we have invited 5 outstanding panelists, and we'll be asking them 2 common questions and also specific questions for each individual panelist. So the first question goes to the issue is on the issue of the paradigm of global higher education innovation. So we're experiencing many challenges such as demographic changes and also the intensifying competition in the global community. And so we are seeing many complex challenges taking place at such a time. Then the higher education should not remain in its traditional existing frame. So against this backdrop, we should think about how the universities shall play the role of a knowledge ecosystem hub. And so we would like to take a look at the philosophies that the universities have in order to create this kind of a new paradigm, and also what are the essential conditions and also the implementation capabilities of the universities to really drive innovation in higher education. So first, I would like to ask the question to the former president of the National University of Gangwon.
김헌영 위원장님께
Kim Hwan-young is also the chair of the RISE committee. So we would like to know more about this RISE system. It is being highlighted for instituting higher education innovation in the local regions. Can you tell us a little bit about how RISE came about? And can you tell us about the organization? What are its key objectives? In particular, we want to understand better what are some of the challenges that came out in how these local universities try to foster innovation, and how is accountability and responsibility being more enhanced at their levels. If you can share with us some case examples. Yes. Thank you. I've just been introduced. I am the chair of RISE, stands for Regional Innovation System and Education. Regional Innovation System and Education. So it is a system of regional education innovation. The Ministry of Education is trying to enhance in industry, academia, research collaboration, and also even employment going down the road. And we want to combine all of those to try to create a system so the local governments and educational institutions can work together and plan together and drive this growth. So it's a sort of a new endeavor for the Republic of Korea. Why did RISE and how did RISE come about? Of course, as has been mentioned in the earlier session, we are seeing various societal challenges. There's population decrease, and after 2040, it is expected that only half of the current college entrants will be entering college. So this means that we are seeing immense demographic headwinds for these universities. And also in Korea, there is overpopulation in the metropolitan regions. It is quite heavily skewed towards the capital. And not only that, but we're seeing a lot of youth flocking to the capital city of Seoul and only the regions. So what happens is the local cities are about to go extinct, and the local universities, therefore, are going through severe challenges. So this issue of local governments and local universities, which is quite similar,
is something that RISE can address. In the past, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology have tried to do something similar. There were many local projects done at the local level, but now this RISE system, which has been in place since 2025, run by the Ministry of Education, what is fundamentally different is that we're trying to create a system. We're trying to create a system that can be sustainable and can be maintained. Of the different local balanced growth budgets with re-employment, talent development, and regional growth and balance, all of these different projects, the budgets tied to those would be brought together at the Ministry of Education level and given to the local governments so that they can use them as they see fit at the local governments. And as of 2025, it was about 2 trillion Korean won. In the past, the local governments would then send this budget down to local universities and end it there. But now the local governments also have responsibility. They have departments that are responsible for this, and they, through this dedicated organization, which we call RISE centers, which are independent and not-for-profit, they would be responsible for allocating the budgets to the universities, do a review of the university projects, and manage the university's operations. And this is a system whereby they work together as such. Furthermore, the local government's governors and the president of the university would co-chair this RISE committee so that all of the decision making that is done regarding RISE projects would be done by this committee. In the past, the local governments would make the decisions and then this would be passed on to the universities. But now at RISE, the universities and the local governments co-chair this committee, and they run the operations, they do the deliberations, and they review the projects. So the local governments are spearheading these efforts. This means that the local governments would run initiatives that are relevant to their local regions and foster talent. I think you're looking at me, I take that as a hint for me to maybe wrap things up. Yes, I'm trying to be mindful of time management, so I'm sorry about that. But in any case, you said that this is an initiative that local universities and local governments would be leading to try to create a system. So this means that the central governments and the local governments and the universities, tripartite, have to work very closely together. And this is a new attempt. I'm sure there might have been some challenges in this regard. That is true. Because there are these existing norms and practices and the way that the local governments look at the universities and the universities, their perspectives on the local governments, they might have some gaps. But now that they are brought together to try to engage in shared growth through the system, we are trying to foster better understanding. As I mentioned through the RISE committee, we're trying to work closely with different stakeholders, the universities, the presidents, the deans, the educators, but also private sector, corporations, so that we can try to understand better the future industry, future policies, and we try to make the decisions together. And I think that is why it is significant. Oh, this means that we have to set up the right organization early on, which is why, as I mentioned, half of the committee would be made up of educators. Or, for example, the Ministry of Education right now is working on establishing a code of conduct and a code of operations, working on legislation as well for local universities to try to facilitate their pathway to innovation. So these are some of the attempts that we would have to see. And also this needs to be seen across different ministries in Korea, because if this is just a Ministry of Education project, it might not be sustainable. We need to bring in different relevant ministries, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the other ministries that can all come together to try to engage in this platform. So that's what we're trying to create, this RISE platform where the local cities and the local universities can work together for sustainability. Thank you.
And next, I would like to give a question to Mr. Ben Nelson, who's the founder of Minerva. So you have have, through Minerva, introduced an entirely new university model that transcends the traditional concept of higher education. AI technologies and a cloud-based learning environment has enabled learner-centered education, and also you have a globally distributed campus. So I'm curious about what the philosophy was behind Minerva. It's very innovative. So how does this model differ from conventional higher education systems?
Sure, happy to talk through that. First, thank you for having me here. Delighted to be in Korea, and very happy to be in Jeju for the very first time. So after many years of coming to the center of Korea, the urban center in Seoul, it's nice to be out in other parts of Korea as well. And I think that a lot of the philosophy of Minerva, it underpins the ability to address real world problems no matter where the student may come from or no matter where they may be. And the opportunity that a rigorous systems thinking education can provide to the students is really important. There are these underpinning pillars of what a Minerva education is all about. We want to make sure that students have an approach of learning where they can both absorb what it is that they have learned, meaning not cram for a test and then pass the test and then forget everything that was on the test, but instead retain what it is that they've learned. And we use pedagogical methodologies to ensure that that occurs. We also want to make sure that the students can then apply what it is that they've learned, which means that the course is no longer the most important unit in education when it comes to a Minerva education. What the important unit are the learning objectives we refer to as habits of mind and foundational concepts that underpin the learning for the student across the various courses, real-world experiences, and the entire program. And then the assessment framework that we use to ensure that the students are actually authentically not only learning the information, not only retaining it, but are then able to use it.
As I listen to your answer, I come to notice 5 keywords that describe the Minerva model. If I may, I will list 5 of them. The first one is knowledge internalization. You are making your knowledge internal, stick in your heart. 2 is skills and competencies rather than knowledge itself. And 3, active learning as a method of learning. And 4 is performance evaluation, which is based on how much you achieve in certain learning outcomes rather than amount of knowledge you gain from class. And lastly, Minerva Forum, the AI-based platform, learning platform. We don't have time to go over all 5 of them at the moment, but I would like you to elaborate on the 4th and 5th, that is how you evaluate your students' performances and how you come to use AI-based platform in higher education.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think about most assessment frameworks in higher education, they're either binary or linear. So binary means you know or you don't know. You got the answer correct or incorrect. And a lot of higher education feedback is just that. Now, more sophisticated higher education feedback is linear. It says, well, you didn't do this very well, or you did it pretty well, or very well, or wow, that was fantastic. Now, the problem is that that linear scale is radically different from one professor to another It's radically different from one course to another. So somebody says, oh, I got an A minus in Bio 203, and then another person says, well, I got an A minus in Comparative Literature 235, and they say, oh, well, that A minus in biology is impressive, but that A minus in the comparative literature is a joke because everybody gets an A in that class. Well, what does that mean? What do these linear models mean? And so not only is our assessment process radically different, it's also not just binary or linear, it's much more importantly, it's multidimensional. And what do I mean by that? So all assessments at Minerva are driven by the professor, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But the grading is done by the institution. Now, what that means is that the professor will actually provide feedback to the student. And we're now using more and more artificial intelligence to provide even more feedback to students as they go through their scores. But it's driven by the professors applying a rubric. And the rubrics transcend all courses, so there's consistency. But the institution, when you develop a full Minerva program where we design the entire educational outcomes from the beginning, from the first year until the last, the institution determines what set of assessments will generate in what grade, such that an A minus in one class is identical to an A minus in another class, so that there isn't that inconsistency. But even more importantly, the nature of the assessments are not the same. Let's imagine that you were to implement a rubric-based system, let's say a 4-point scale, and you'd have two students, one of whom would have a 3.5 average on a 4-point scale on a certain learning objective, let's say identifying the root cause of a problem as opposed to mitigating a symptom, what we refer to as right problem, versus another student would have a 3.7. But the 3.5 student has only been able to demonstrate the application of right problem across 3 contexts, the 3.7 student, that is, whereas the 3.5 student has been able to demonstrate it across 48 different contexts. We would immediately know who the better student is. And that is the assessment of breadth of application, as opposed to just the binary or linear approach.
I wish I could give you a little more time.
Sorry for taking
We'll
so
come
much.
back to the issue again in the second round. Okay. Next discussion will be done by Vice President Hayashi Kiori.
다음으로는 하야시 카오리 부총장님.
저는 일본 고등교육을 대표하는 기관으로서
I understand that the University of Tokyo, as a representative institution of higher education in Japan, is actively working not only to improve the quality of education, but also to fulfill social responsibility and global cooperation. In particular, I understand that you are deeply interested in educational policies such as structural reform of university and expansion of diversity and inclusion. Can you introduce specific cases of innovation in higher education promoted at the university, results the attempts have brought about?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me for this very honorable round. And my name is Kaori Hayashi. I would like to introduce a little bit about myself. I'm a professor of media and journalism studies and a former journalist and mother of 2, and executive vice president of the University of Tokyo. Well, talking about AI, honestly speaking, Japan is falling behind in terms of AI. In 2023, private AI investment in Japan was just $0.7 billion compared to $67.2 billion in the United States. And only 9% of people in the survey in Japan use generative AI, and public trust is as low as at 28%. So still but nevertheless, nearly 70% expect AI to be benefit society. So there are gaps, and to close this gap, we need more education, more inclusion, and public trust in AI. And my argument today is about the gender gap in STEM. We've just seen the STEM education upstairs, but in terms of STEM education, there's a big gender gap in Japan. Today, AI technologies are no longer distant and optional. They are embedded in every aspect of our daily lives, from healthcare to transportation and education to employment. And because AI now shapes the systems we all live in, we cannot let its development reflect only perspectives of one gender. And female participation is not just about fairness, it is also essential to ensure that AI technologies are inclusive, ethical, and truly serve everyone. And at the University of Tokyo, we are working to transform this tradition and build a more diverse academic community where all people, regardless of gender and social strata, can lead and thrive. However, currently only about 20% of undergraduates are women, and in some departments just 10%, which mainly in the STEM subjects. So this isn't but because of how we admit students, but because too few girls apply. Many families in Japan still invest more in sons than daughters, and female academic success is sometimes seen as threatening and even a disadvantage for marriage. And this reflects outdated thinking, and it's not just a social issue, it's a national loss of potential, as also we have been discussed in Korea, that our population is also shrinking. I kind of see glad that we have a mutual challenge that we can challenge, and we can strengthen our friendship in that sense too. And please look at this chart. Women's underrepresentation in STEM is a serious barrier to innovation and growth. STEM fields offer well-paid, high-demand jobs, yet too few women are accessing them. So without gender diversity, the wage gap, which is already alarmingly wide, grows inequality and inequality deepens and progress slows. So we cannot afford to waste the talent and leadership of half of our population. So this is a problem chart for all of us here. So at the University of Tokyo, we are taking action, and we are training students of all genders in leadership and raising awareness about unconscious bias. And we've launched educational content on gender issues and lecture series on gendered innovation. And we are also engaging with high school girls, expanding support across Japan and offering housing assistance. And our Faculty of Engineering has created a metaverse school using VR to make STEM education more accessible to women and also working adults. We are also proud to lead this change, and we invite others to join us in shaping a more inclusive and intelligent future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the materials you shared with us earlier, you mentioned 4 innovation strategies for universities in the AI era. Can you explain the 4 innovation strategies that the University of Tokyo is taking?
So having our challenges in mind, I propose 4 key areas that we have to work on. And the first area is the critical thinking. We have to see our society as it is. AI replicates existing norms, so we must train students to challenge them. And secondly, I would say propose human interaction, which is very important in the age of AI. Cross-cultural empathy, communication, and leadership cannot be automated. And third, the inclusive innovation. So without intentional inclusion, AI will automatically deepen inequality that exists in society. And fourth, cultural diversity, which is also another problem for all of us here. If universities simply echo English-speaking Western ideas, local voices like in the language of Japanese or Korean, risk being lost in the world of AI. So I think we are not just helping students survive in the AI era, we are helping them shape it with empathy, historical insight, and the conviction that diversity is a source of strength. Thank you.
In many ways, the 4 key strategies that University of Tokyo is taking are very similar to the 4 C's competencies of Minerva education. So later on, Ben, you would like to add a little bit more. Okay. Now, let me go to the 4th discussant, the President Angelo Jimenez of the University of Philippines. 총장님, 현재
So, as you know, we are experiencing the AI-driven digital revolution. So the AI-driven digital revolution may have an impact on the Philippine society and more broadly the world. So can you talk about how this is transforming higher education?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Then thank you for inviting me here. There would be 3 things, but first, I would like to confirm what we already know. We did a study at the University of the Philippines, and it is true. Students who use AI tools perform better than those who don't, particularly in science and mathematics. About 49% of Filipinos today across the country use generative AI platforms, and 52% of them are young people. So it's fairly widely used already in the Philippines. So some of the positive implications of these are the following. First, we consider AI, the use of AI as tools, as a great equalizer. Not the great equalizer, but a very great equalizer. It's very important for us, for me to stress that the Philippines is a highly unequal country. And even those who pass the entrance exams of the University of the Philippines, the most difficult entrance exams for high school students, the college to enter into, we have inequality as well. But there are those who manage to pass coming from not so good high schools and those mixing with some of our elite high schools. And we need intervention, and AI has been very helpful. The other thing that is important is that those who don't get into the university at all, and those who don't even get a university education, we also use AI at least to democratize access to education, even if it is not a full degree. This is very important because, again, the inequality in the country is so huge, and we have logistics problem, we have infrastructure problems, we have inequality in terms of bandwidth in many areas. We have 7,800 islands in high tide. Yeah, so, and some of the areas need to be rich. And so we are really leveraging this technology to reach out, to make sure that we can minimize at least the disparities in terms of opportunities across the country. So it's a great equalizer. Number 2, of course, is that, related to number 1, is that it has enabled us to do personalized learning. By personalized learning, we have a learning that is at pace with a student's aptitude and his level of education when he gets into college. This is very critical because some students, many of our students, have differences in terms of social and economic background, and therefore that affects their aptitude in the highly competitive world of higher education, particularly in the University of the Philippines. And providing personalized approach enables them to somehow alleviate or mitigate many of these disadvantages, particularly when it comes to transmission of teaching anytime, anywhere. Some college-level students in the country today need to support their families. They cannot go into formal education, residential learning. So we provide opportunities for them to get a college education, even if ladderized and taking a longer time. And most important insight here is that we personalize the approach to learning, and we give the learner a little more control than the traditional college education gives them over choices of subjects and even on the distribution of subjects. So we are approaching what we call precision education or precision learning that fits a student's perspective and aspirations in life. And finally, one of the more important contribution of AI, not just in the Philippines, but in the world that we see, is a provision for teachers now of an intelligent curriculum design. This is important because with the advent of AI, technology is changing fast. It is a moving target. Many of the things we learn in engineering or in science today will become obsolete 4 years from now. So we have to make sure that we have an agile curriculum. Just to cite you an example, how long was the Stone Age? Maybe a few million years. And the next great age, the Bronze Age, maybe 10,000 years. And the next age that followed, the Iron Age, maybe 1,000 years, or almost 1,000 years. And then fast forward to the digital age. Moore, the founder of Fairchild and Intel, one of the pioneers there, predicted that compute power doubles every 2 years, so that's 100% every year. And so what characterizes the world today is a fast rate of change, and it is very disrupting. It is causing so much stress. And AI helps us cope with that particular fast rate of change that is challenging the traditional Homo sapiens ability to absorb new things. So this is very helpful.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insights. Because of the time constraint, I think I'll have to go to the next discussant. 다음 토론은 정홍.
Next, we would like to turn to Hongju Chung, Executive Director of the Korea Student Aid Foundation. The digital transformation is greatly impacting the student academic affairs and student support systems. And I understand at COSAF, you are preparing a platform to provide customized student support using AI. I know that you have many different projects that you are pursuing, such as providing scholarships and loans, mentoring, re-employment and employment and housing support. Can you tell us a little bit about these examples, and also tell us a little bit about the student support platform that you are working on? Thank you very much.
저는 이제 다른 분들과 다르게
I work at an institution that provides support to students in higher education. So it's a slightly different perspective from the other panelists here. COSAF is a public organization that was established in 2009, and we provide different kinds of student-tailored support. We have national grants that we provide, and that's based on household income and scholarships and loans. In fact, we provided $5 billion in loans last year to about 12 billion students. In light of this digital transformation, we're trying to provide entire life cycle support to students. We're looking at the economic household income levels of the students and their information to try to provide tailored support. And that is why we are trying to establish an AI-based next generation student support platform. If this platform goes well, then we can provide not just grants and loans, but also employment opportunities, different sorts of growth opportunities to tie in with different partners. I'm going to show the screen here and share my materials with you. I don't have a pointer with me, so I'm going to try to do this verbally. If you look on the left, that is what was the case before COSAF was established. So students had to go about on their own, try to look for different institutions, try to apply for loans or grants. But if that was not enough, they would go to commercial banks and get loans and student loans and go through all the paperwork and all the different administrative processes, and this was cumbersome. So sometimes the students were forced to just give up. And then what you see on the right side is what happened after COSAF was founded in 2009, where we work very closely with the relevant institutions so that students can just apply to COSAF and we do the rest. The students don't have to go through the administrative paperwork. With these integrated services, student loans increased about 30% from 1.5 billion to over 2 billion, as I mentioned before. And as of 2022, because we are now providing national scholarships, which are almost like grants, it's about 35% of the total cumulative tuitions, which is about 14 trillion won. In fact, it was tantamount to about 7 trillion as of last year. So this means that the government is subsidizing about 60% of the tuitions that students pay. If the students miss out on the application window, they would not be privy to the loans and grants. So that is why we're trying to create a tailored program using AI technology. With this AI-based student support platform, the students can get even more tailored services, which is what you see here on this slide. So you can see that the students, they just need to apply once, and that one application is going to be sent out to all the relevant institutions, not just at the public level, but at the private level, such as Naver, commercial banks, all of these different channels. And the students can just use one device, one ID, make one application, and this will facilitate the process and decrease the level of paperwork involved. With this, the universities, central government, local governments, and the commercial bank data, using AI, all of this data would be analyzed, and very hyper-personalized supports can be provided to the students, which will be provided to them real time, so the student does not have to run around identifying what would suit them best. The system would provide that for them. Thank you very much. If we had more time, I really would like to ask you for more details about that, because I understand there's a lot of information here about the platform, but I think that you were trying to summarize the findings. In the interest of time, I do think that was very helpful.
So now let's go to the second round of questions. AI and digital technology advancement is fundamentally changing how universities are operated. And as I mentioned before, universities are no longer just simply delivering the knowledge, but the universities have to collaborate with local communities and also with the global community. They have to emerge as global education institutions. And so what kind of strategy would universities have in this era and in this environment? So first, I would like to ask Chairman Kim Won-young.
So RISE is trying to, as you mentioned, go towards the higher education innovation that is led by the local regions, and that local universities would themselves facilitate change. What should the universities do to try to create such real change within this local ecosystem? For example, the legal and institutional framework should be stably in place for something like RISE to work. What is the situation like right now? Is everything going according to plan? Yes, sir, as you've just said, in the era of AI revolution, the role of universities is particularly important. And as has been mentioned, at Korea, we're seeing severe drop in population, all the centralization in the metropolitan region and the capital city. So we're seeing AI transformation in the midst of that as well. So the local regions, the regional governments themselves cannot respond to all of this alone, which is why they need the support of local universities. And the local universities can be a hub for regional development and innovation. So that is the mandate that is placed on local universities. In the past, they just needed to focus on education and research, be providers of knowledge. But now they talk about corporate universities, so they're trying to create economic value. And also there's a concept of participatory universities, where they're agents for change in the local regions, these hubs for innovation. And RISE also has that same objective, where we're trying to facilitate shared growth between local universities and the local region, and that is the goal behind RISE. And I did touch upon this earlier, but the Ministry of Education ordinance has already passed as of last year, so all the operational code and the promotion system, they are in place, but we have still to see the revision of the relevant education laws and acts. They are at the National Assembly. They're pending. We do hope that they will pass soon. And secondly, as I mentioned before, this needs to be spread across other ministries, not just the Ministry of Education. And also, we have to say that this has to be spread across different regions as well. So it's not just about separate individual cities, but major regions. In fact, in Korea, we can differentiate between the capital city and the rest, or different regions versus other regions. So we want to move beyond that and try to create a supra-regional sort of network. And this would hopefully allow these universities to go through this crisis. Thank you very much. This one of the key mandates of RISE, I think, is quite meaningful, but I don't think we have time to go into the specifics of these objectives. So we thank you for sharing with us here.
And next, I would like to go to Mr. Ben Nelson once again. So Minerva's global learning model, the model of Minerva, started in the United States, but it has been expanding throughout the globe. And I personally believe that the Minerva model is probably the direction for future university and higher education. It is indeed an outstanding model that you have. So I would like to ask you, what is your plan to expand the Minerva model across the globe? If you have a plan for scalability or expansion, what's your plan? And also, if you have any examples or cases of collaboration, that would be very helpful.
Sure, absolutely. We've been privileged to have worked now with more than 30 educational institutions across a dozen countries around the world, helping create Minerva programs within them. Two such partners are here on stage with Handong Global here in Korea and the University of Tokyo in Japan, which are two prominent examples of institutions led by visionary leaders that are thinking about how it is that they can deliver the best possible education for their students and have embraced the Minerva model in trying to do that. Our scale opportunity is really quite significant. If you think about Minerva University, it only has about 600 students at any given time that are being educated within the institution. Today, there are a total of 30,000 students across Minerva programs around the world. So Minerva University, the institution that we founded as a prototype effectively, is only about 2% of the students that are benefiting from a Minerva education of one form or another. And that really is the key. The key to great scaling of an educational reform movement is to focus on the methodologies. As you mentioned, those core ideas of making sure that you can truly internalize knowledge, what we refer to as critical wisdom, the pedagogical, curricular, and assessment reforms that are enabled by our technology forum. And the beauty of that approach is that it doesn't presuppose content. It doesn't presuppose areas of inquiry. It doesn't presuppose culture. It doesn't presuppose language. And so it is something that is able to be scaled at dramatic levels.
I guess that there are several university presidents in this hall who are interested in adopting part or all of Minerva education or Minerva-style education. But many of them are indicating obstacles in adopting Minerva-style education. Let me name a few. The first one is language barrier. It's primarily English-based, but the countries where English is not their primary language, it may be a little hard for overcoming that barrier. The second point is you mentioned briefly about scalability thing. Minerva education is best suitable for small classes, maybe 20 students or less. But Handong University, it may be okay, but very large universities like University of Tokyo or Seoul National University, it might be a little difficult to scale into that large universities. And third is affordability question. Minerva tuition is certainly cheaper than that of Harvard or Princeton's or Stanford's, but it's still very stiff. How can we, in order to extend a Minerva model around the globe, you have to get over this problem of affordability. And what's your thoughts about it?
Yeah, no, those are great points, and ones that we've been addressing over the years. We've now delivered Minerva programs not only in English, but in Spanish, in Arabic, in Korean, in Japanese, and in Chinese. And so we've had a number of different languages that were used in Minerva programs. It does require translation. It does require an extra layer of work, but it's certainly possible. As far as the scalability, one of the great things about fully active learning, which is the pedagogical methodology that we've developed using the technology that we've done, is that the outcomes are so vastly superior to traditional pedagogical models that it can withstand quite large class sizes. And so even though, of course, it is better to have a 16-person seminar with an expert in a field, we've been able to demonstrate that we can hold classes for up to 150 students at a time using fully active learning without any appreciable loss in learning gains. And so that's extraordinarily important. In fact, just 2 months ago, we launched our newest partnership in Peru, which redesigned the first semester education for a university that had a 16,000 person incoming class. And so that is, without question, a very significant scale, and that's something that we've been working on quite a bit. And affordability is also similar to that perspective. Now, it is true that despite the fact that the Minerva program is broadly affordable, as you said, if you have the kinds of let's make sure that there's one professor for every 16 students in a class, and let's go and recruit a bunch of students but reject 99% of the applicants, and make sure that everybody lives in residence and pays for all of that, the cost can rack up. But the reality is that for universities that already have housing infrastructure, that already have their professor base, that already have a flow of students coming in, it can be extremely affordable. And that is what's so remarkable about a university. The reality is that universities are very large enterprises. I cannot tell you the number of institutions I've toured around the world where I was given a tour by the president or provost of the university around the campus. And they were to point out, and they said, look, this building, we just spent $25 million, $50 million, $100 million building that building. And I said, look at this improvement here and this improvement there and this new lab and this new professorship. And I say, well, why do you spend all this money? I said, oh, it's all for the students. And I said, oh, that's great. How much do you have in your budget to fix the educational program for these students? And they say, oh, we don't have any money for that. Right? And so the question is less than affordability, it's a prioritization. The more that universities take money and bury it in the ground and then say, well, we don't have any money left over for education, then that creates a problem.
Thank you very much. 다음엔 하야시 카오.
Next, I would like to turn to Executive Vice President Hayashi. I understand that the University of Tokyo is expanding its global cooperation while also steadily reorganizing its university operation structure in response to changes in domestic policy. Can you elaborate on the institutional changes and policy support currently being promoted within the Japanese higher education system to specifically strengthen the global collaboration function of universities in the evolving AI era?
In sum, I would like to first emphasize that we are really we have put much value on first-hand experience, especially in overseas, in the age of AI. And I would like to introduce a little bit of our activities at the University of Tokyo. So the University of Tokyo is really connected globally with partnerships spanning over 550 institutions in 64 countries and active student exchanges with 87 university partners. Maybe I have my slides, but if you are, okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so, right, this, well, okay. So and in 2023, we established Center for Global Education, an all-university organization that serves as global education concierge to encourage all students to have more global experiences on campus and abroad. And we believe, really, real on-site experiences are more important than ever in an age dominated by algorithm-driven quick answers. So we hope students will learn to assess the readily available information based on diverse perspectives and experiences they gain throughout their university years. And especially in recent years, we are also turning our focus towards the Global South. We are building partnerships in South Asia, Latin America, and Africa, including Chile, Ghana, and South Africa. And these programs give students rich and interdisciplinary experiences and help them grow into thoughtful and globally engaged citizens. And in addition, what we are also doing is a double degree agreements. One model initiative is Campus Asia, which is a trilateral education project launched in 2011 by the government of Japan, China, and South Korea. And the Ministry of Education in South Korea has helped us much in terms of building these ties. So its mission is to foster academic exchange, build mutual understanding, and cultivate future leaders who can navigate the complexities of East Asia and the broader global landscape. So for example, the University of Tokyo's Graduate School of Public Policy offers a double degree program in public policy and international relations in partnership with Peking University and Seoul National University. And it's a real honor, and it's a pioneering collaboration preparing the next generation of public leaders. And in the fall of 2027, the University of Tokyo plans to establish an entirely new college focused on the word design. And design here is not so much the aesthetics as an attempt to co-create concrete solutions to some of the world's most pressing issues, such as climate change and ethics of AI or social gaps related innovations. So we will nurture leaders who can bring tangible and meaningful impacts to the world. So in sum, our goal is to make the most diverse undergraduate program at university in terms of gender, geography, nationality, and socioeconomic background, and to turn it into a catalyst for change across the entire institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Very insightful, especially in terms of diversity and inclusion. You mentioned Center for Global Education's Global Field Education. As I hear your words, it sounds very similar to the program that Handong Global University has. It's called Global Rotation Program. We are sending students to foreign locations for a semester. And we send them in groups of 5 to 10 people with faculty supervision. And they spend about a semester abroad. And by doing that, they work together with other students so that they can have transdisciplinary activities. And through this engagement activities, they learn much more than what they learn from class. And Minerva has this program. From the very beginning, you send your students to 7 different locations around the globe. So in many ways, Tokyo and Handong Global and Minerva, we are sharing this same philosophy of emphasizing engagement by students in learning the transdisciplinary concepts of education. Thank you very much. Angelo.
So to President Angelos Jimenez, I would like to ask you about your university, the University of Philippines. And so I would like to know how your university is engaging with local communities and global organizations, and also how the university is contributing to regional development, and also how it's promoting global cooperation. I know we don't have enough time, so I can only give you about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. 5 minutes is more than enough, I think. But if for anything else, I can't help but see the irony in what you just mentioned, Mr. Nelson. So much money for schools, none left for education. Thank you very much. First, we initiated some structural reforms in the university. The general vision is to transform the University of the Philippines from a static concept of knowledge hub into a more dynamic, future-oriented hub for innovation and innovation, teaching, and research. This is the goal. One of the things we did just very recently was to create a separate vice president for digital transformation to make sure that there is integrity, system, and focus on this particular area. Because digital transformation and AI is an imperial discipline. It captures everyone and spares no one. So this is one of the things we did. And then also we added, among the things we did was to hasten the development of our capacities, including the rest of the country. We created, for example, a program of a direct Masters of Science in Engineering, PhD. And in one of our universities, because we have 9 universities under the University of the Philippines system, even skipped the master's process, and it went straight to a PhD in artificial intelligence. And we were also the first in the country to introduce our ethical framework for artificial intelligence. The idea is we want it to be accessible, we want it to be equitable, we want it to be inclusive, and we want it to be open, and the most important thing is universal. If AI is only available, accessible to a few, or only favors the few, AI is a dangerous thing. So that is our view. Also, we are mandated, of course, to serve the communities. Let me just cite to you an example. We are going into a community, it's our coastal village. 60% of the Philippines today are coastal areas. 60% of our settled communities are coastal. And we have 1,600 local government units. 60% of them have subscribed to the hazard map that we have developed at the University of the Philippines, a hazard map which was aided by AI. The Philippines has for the 3rd year in a row, we were considered in the UN Risk Index as #1 most threatened country due to natural calamities. So climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction and mitigation are key to national survival and sustainability of the Filipino people. So let me cite to you for another example is that when, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier already, but when there was a flood in the Philippines last year, there was a typhoon called Charina. We developed a real-time flood map of Metro Manila, real-time flood map, so that people can escape from flooded areas to safe areas and motorists can avoid flooded streets. In a span of 2 days, we had 2.6 million downloads from users in the country. And so we are really serious into one of our mission, which is to create community impact. The other thing is to broaden the appeal. Last year, we conducted, given our role as a national university, what we call a conference. I wish I know some of you already. I would have invited you last year, maybe next year, an AI Horizon. And the key is as a matter of strategy, is to really engage government, academe, industry, and community in this endeavor. And there were 200 participants, and we divided into the most important themes that are concerned the Philippine government today, and the Filipino nation today. Number 1 is in food security. Number 2 is in education and governance. Number 3 is in energy and materials. And number 4 is health and wellness. So these are the kinds of initiatives that we are then taking to ensure that we fulfill our mandate. Of course, finally, we are expanding, strengthening as well our focus on international collaboration, but we would like to use the word knowledge co-creation because we feel that, especially in disaster risk mitigation and many of the disaster sciences, being the most country at risk, we have a lot to share to the world. And also, we do not believe in altruism. It has never worked. Altruism is like trickle-down economics. It has never been tested in history. We would like to spread knowledge co-creation on the assumption, on the belief that what happens to you happens to us, and that we are on the same boat together. And there are many problems in the world that can only be solved in a global scale. So that's how we would like to approach. So we are participating. I am here today because of our commitment as well to knowledge co-creation, particularly using AI platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your experiences. They are very useful and insightful. Hope that we can invite you again. 다음엔
Next, I would like to turn to Executive Director Hongju Chung to talk about a learner-friendly higher education ecosystem. So I understand that scholarships and student support systems would be very important to allow for the globalization of higher education. How can that platform that you mentioned early on in your early responses help learners' globalization and allow for more opportunities for cooperation? This globalization of higher education can be dependent on the income levels of the students. So for example, there are some students who come from low-income families who still want to study abroad. So we do have what we call the Dreams Scholarship Fund, and we provide them to low-income students. And we're trying to promote this more to high schoolers. But for students at low-income households, because of the lack of information that they have and accessibility, they cannot make use of this information at their disposal. So we want to overcome these limits, which is why there's the NICE system. I think that many people here in Korea would know. It's an education administrative info system for the management of the info of students in primary and secondary schools. This NICE system is being made use of to allow for other administrative support for our students. So if we can leverage this well, then we can understand the needs of these low-income students. their academic records and their transcripts and their household income levels. So the students won't have to do any legwork. Through the system, we can have visibility into the students who actually require these support services, and then we can provide these services to them. And this, I think, would go a long way towards bridging the digital divide for the students and allow for the students to participate in this support system. Thank you. I think maybe because I was feeling rushed, you must have felt rushed as well to try to cut your answers short. If we have more opportunities later on, I will try to give you as much time as I can. But this was session 2, where we were discussing with the 5 panelists here with us today on a new paradigm of global higher education innovation. I'm very pleased that we have had this opportunity, and I would like to thank the panelists who are here today as well as the members of the audience. With the AI and digital technologies, with this rapid transformation, along with the structural changes that we are seeing in our society, we see that higher education, the role of this higher education, is also facing a fundamental transition. Today in the session, we talked about what direction higher education should go towards in this transition period, and we share the different innovation findings and policy experiences of different member economies. In the first question, I asked about the strategies and functions of higher education in the era of AI and digital technology. We discussed at length the changes in the rules of universities. With the expansion of tech-based learning environments, universities have to go beyond simply just providing knowledge. They have to become and develop into a learning ecosystem to allow for critical thinking and problem-solving skills of the talent. Some of the keywords that came out was that in these higher education institutions, we allow for student agency, grow logical, critical thinking skills, creativity, problem-solving skills, and moral and emotional intelligence. These are now the key mandates for universities. In the second question that I posed to the panelists, we talked about what universities should do to become, so to speak, local platforms that can connect the local regions with the world. We talked about the institutional transition and the policy support. So, for example, we talked about the RISE system that brings together local universities and local governments together. We talked about international cooperation and an open education ecosystem, global networks. We understand that these are key elements to grow the competitiveness of higher educational institutions in the era of AI. We understand that higher education can be a base of local innovation and a hub for global cooperation. I believe we were able to share various insights on what sort of strategic evolution these universities must go through. I would like to thank all of the panelists who have taken time out of their very busy schedules to share with us their valuable opinions. And I would also like to thank the participants here. I do think we have a few more minutes. If there are any questions, we will take those, or maybe because I was rushing. I think we have maybe 5 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. But if there are no questions, perhaps feel free to approach the panelists later on individually with your questions. Thank you so much, and we hope that today's discussions have set an important milestone in designing the future of higher education in the era of AI. Thank you very much. With that, we conclude session 2. Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing these valuable insights to all of the panelists and the moderator. We'll take a short break before last session. The last session will begin at 3:20.
And now we will have a short break, and please come back to this hall by 3:20. We will start the last session, which is session 3, so we ask for your cooperation. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 저희 잠시
Ladies and gentlemen, session 3 will begin shortly. I'd like to ask everyone here to please come inside and take your seats.
with the session 3 of the Global Education Reform Conference shortly here in this venue. So now please proceed to the venue and take your seats. 또 세션 3 역시나
We are again streaming session 3 online. So please make sure that your mobile devices are on mute.
please set them to silent mode for the facilitation of today's conference. 아울러 동시 통역 제공이
We are providing simultaneous interpretation into Korean for channel 3 and English for channel 4.
and please set to channel 4 for English and channel 3 is in Korean. Thank you. 잠시 후 연사분들과 내비
Soon we will be introducing the moderator and the speakers. Once they arrive, we will begin shortly.
네, 여러분 이제 약속
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin. So I'd like to ask everyone to kindly take your seats. Everyone, please kindly take your seats.
to begin session 3. Now please be seated. We will soon commence session 3 momentarily. Thank you.
So I think that we are ready to begin session 3. And the third session will be carried out under the theme of Prosper Global. And also, the inclusive and sustainable global education cooperation is the theme that we will be carrying out our discussion on. So we'll be looking at the core principles and strategies for striking a balance between digital transformation and inclusiveness. And we will talk about the roles of the teachers as well as their capacities required in this age of AI. Our session leader is Professor Choi Chang-yung of the Graduate School of Public Administration of Seoul National University. Please greet the professor up to the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And then we have Director General Leah Gutierrez from the ADB.
Director General Ms. Leah Gutierrez from Asian Development Bank. Thank you.
Yes, please take your seats. And next, we have with us Governor Im Tae-hee from the Gyeonggi-do Office of Education. There are a lot of people here to encourage him. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite the Superintendent Kelly Young Aramaki from the Bellevue School District.
Kelly Aramaki of the Bellevue School District. 이어서 홍콩.
And next, let's go on to the Secretary for Education, Her Excellency Yuk Lin Choi from the Government of Hong Kong Special Administration Region.
Education Bureau. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 장관님 맞아.
So once again, a big round of applause for the Secretary. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite President Woo Sung-chung from the Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity. And last but not least, we have with us Governor Jong-sik Lim from the Gyeongsang-buk-do Office of Education. Thank you for your presence. And in particular, this session, I think there are a lot of enthusiastic fans here who have great expectations for this session. I am quite curious to hear what the panelists will have to say, so I hand over the microphone to our session leader. Yes, it is a pleasure to be here. And so let us begin session 3. I am the moderator of the session. I am a professor at Seoul National University. My name is Chang Yong-choi. I have attended many different international conferences, and I've served as a moderator. This is the first time that I've seen such an enthusiastic and energetic crowd. So thank you, everyone. And I thank you, everyone, participating. Usually in the early morning during the opening ceremony, there's a lot of people, and then after the morning session, after lunch, about half disappears, and then during session 3, we can see 1/3 of them also leaving. But nevertheless, we're here at the last session, session 3, and I know it has been a long day, but nevertheless, I thank you, everyone, who are participating in the last session of the day. Thank you so much. So, in session 1, we talked about digital transformation of education, starting from the elementary school level all the way up to K-12, and then we talked about higher education innovation, and there was in-depth discussions on that topic. And now we're on the 3rd session, during which we will discuss an extension. It's in the line of what we have been talking about. We'll be looking at the true meaning of and the essence of education, and also about inclusivity, how we can bridge the gap existing in education, and also how we are going to promote sustainable education for the current generation and also for the future. And also, we will be talking about the change and innovation in education, how we can promote global education cooperation today. So we have outstanding panelists on the stage with us from home and abroad. They are working on innovation in education and also for digital innovation. They are working in the fields in their respective areas. So although we have limited time, unfortunately, because there is another schedule after this, I will try to manage the time effectively so that, and intervene as little as possible as a moderator so that we can hear more from our outstanding panelists on the stage. So, we have a very detailed script prepared, especially for the moderator, but I will try to limit my remarks so that we can allocate more time for the panelists. So first, we have the director from ADB, a director general. You probably know well about ADB. It is very active in digital transformation in the Asian countries and around the globe. There's a lot of projects carried out by ADB, and the director general, I understand, is in charge of planning and also implementation. So first of all, I have a question to the director general from ADB. So among the recent education and development initiatives led by ADB, can you share us some examples, especially those that focus on inclusiveness and sustainability of education? What kind of programs do you have?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the government of Korea for hosting this forum the entire day. And also, I would like to say thank you for inviting the Asian Development Bank. And thank you for the introduction to ADB as well. So at ADB, we view digital transformation and inclusivity as mutually reinforcing. As what others have said in the other sessions, we view digital tools as expanding access to education, particularly for those who are traditionally left behind. And this include rural and small remote island communities, out-of-school youth, women and girls. But at the same time, we digital progress, as others also have noted in other sessions, can be is not exactly inherently inclusive. So wide disparities still exist in digital readiness across countries and education systems. And that's why we need to continuously assess whether digital initiatives are actually helping us reach underserved learners. Now, let me start with some of our, an example, and this is, let's say, in the case of Indonesia. So we've supported the establishment of a national MOOC platform, MOOC, massive open online course. So this is called the Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, or ICE. This actually is aligned with the government goal of increasing the enrollment ratio in higher education. And alongside regulatory reforms that now allow students to complete up to 40% of their academic credits online, ICE has also reached 21,000 students between 2021 and 2024. And what's very interesting about this is that a third of those students are actually coming from outside the island of Java. As you know, in Indonesia, high-quality public higher education institutions are located in the island of Java. So it's great to hear that at least a third are coming from outside Java. This shows actually how digital platforms can bridge geographic and socioeconomic divides. Now, another example that we have is support we provided in Sri Lanka. Yes, digital learning surged during the COVID-19 pandemic, but our support for distance education actually very much predated the pandemic. So in Sri Lanka, we supported distance education modernization project. And the goal then, this was from 2003 to 2010, the goal was to reach about 100,000 students. However, by 2010, we noted that the enrollment was only about 30,000 students, which is a third. And despite generous support grants for course development and also for learning materials, it was difficult to gain advocacy from university leadership and faculty. And this is mainly because there was a concern about long-term sustainability and the ongoing cost of learner support. Okay, so this reminds us that technology alone is not enough. Clearly, we need clear policies, commitment, and adequate budget. And so what did we do? So learning from these lessons, ADB developed what we call the Digital Education Readiness Framework. It's a tool to help countries assess their preparedness across 5 dimensions, which are infrastructure, government policies, schools and teachers, students and parents, and service providers. And in our assessments in 10 developing countries, we found common gaps. One is infrastructure remains weak in many places. Policy commitments, particularly funding, budget, are often limited. And of course, and we also found that most teachers lack adequate training in digital pedagogy. So what's needed to move forward? What we need are partnership and commitment. We need to move beyond pilot projects and invest in long-term digital transformation strategies. We also need collaboration across different actors and sectors, bringing together policymakers, institutions, technology providers, and development partners. This is to ensure that we have a transformation that's more inclusive and resilient education systems. I'll pause for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing the excellent cases from Indonesia and Sri Lanka and also. 방금 국장님.
As we have just heard from the Director General, well, for digital transformation and education collaboration, she mentioned about infrastructure and also including the budget, the commitment, policy commitment, and training and education. And so we go on to our second speaker, Governor Tae Hee-in.
I understand that you are putting this into practice. And you also gave a lecture at Harvard University not long ago. In fact, I read about it in the papers and also learned a lot through it. I know that in Gyeonggi province, you are trying to provide specialized education that is quite personalized to the individual learner, making use of AI and data platform. And also, we know that there's a digital divide. There's also the income divide and other divides, but there's the digital divide that is impacting students. What is your Office of Education doing to try to bridge this and trying to foster education innovation? Because in Korea, I think you know that when Gyeonggi province changes, Korea changes, and when Korea changes, and possibly the world could also change. So now that we have the governor here with us today, we would like to hear more of your thoughts. Yes, thank you very much to Professor Choi, the session lead. I think that you were very succinct in putting together the strengths and advantages of Gyeonggi province education. I'm very pleased to be here in front of education leaders from both home and abroad. I'm pleased to tell you a little bit about the AI-based learning initiatives that we are spearheading at Gyeonggi province. The world now is grappling with AI and digital technologies. Technological improvements will definitely innovate and revolutionize our lives, but there is the threat of creating a very real divide. We think that education can be the great equalizer. Education can bring about fairness and equity. As you know, in Gyeonggi province, we have cities, urban regions with high-tech complexes, and then there's also rural regions and mountainous regions with farms and villages. And so there are students also who might study at a slower pace. We have students from multicultural homes or even North Korean defector children and many different children of different socioeconomic backgrounds. However, regardless of where they come from, what kind of context they are in, we believe that each and every student has the right to access education at a fair and equitable way. And that is why the province is working hard to bridge these gaps. And to that end, we have created the AI-based system, and we call it high learning. And with this high learning platform, we are trying to diagnose, personalize learning abilities and different pace of the students to try to provide more learning opportunities to the learners. In terms of actual impactful change at the school level, we, first of all, are trying to provide one device per student and try to create a digital infrastructure at the schools. In fact, this is an initiative that has been ongoing for quite some time. And we have developed this high learning pedagogical model that I mentioned before so that we can provide hyper-personalized learning opportunities to students. As of May 2025, I am proud to say that all schools across our province are registered under high learning. Also, as you know, the teacher stands at the center of all of this. So we want to ensure that the teachers can have agency in engaging in research and develop their own content. And this content that they develop can be registered onto the high learning platform for them to use freely. The role of teachers therefore has transformed. In the past, they were providing knowledge in a one-sided way, but now they're designers of learning. And making use of various pieces of data, they are guiding students in terms of their learning experiences and designing their learning experience. So they are companions in the learning journey of the students. So the role of teachers is transforming. With this high learning platform, just briefly, if I can tell you about our work overseas, as of the end of last year, at the UNESCO Future of Education Forum, many experts in education gathered at Gyeonggi province to talk about their experiences out in the field. And after that, at the Washington district, I understand we also have the superintendent from Bellevue here with us today, but we have entered into an MOU with the Seattle district and also working towards the globalization of our education initiatives here. And in fact, Superintendent Kelly Young Aramaki signed an MOU with the Seongnam district, and we do hope that there will be great outcomes out of this initiative. After the UNESCO forum that I mentioned last year, Nepal, Uganda, Kazakhstan, Cambodia, other such jurisdictions have entered into close cooperation with us, and we have provided support for their infrastructure so that we can share digital content with them. So this is another case of real, actual cooperation. Our goal is to provide equal opportunities for learning to all students and provide customized feedback to those students so that nobody will be left behind, so that they can get that taste of success. And that is what we are pursuing at our province. And with this faith in mind, we are trying to bridge the learning gaps and also ensure that fair and equitable access is given to all students so that we can create inclusive and sustainable society. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We have heard from Director General Gutierrez. I do have a follow-up question for you later on, but now that Governor Lim still has the microphone, I just want to ask a follow-up question to you. After lunch, we went to those exhibition booths, and just as there's light and darkness, there would be some challenges. Although there are also some strengths that you have mentioned before. What are your province's attempts to respond to such issues, such as maybe immersion or overdependence of the students on these digital technologies? I understand that not just in Korea, but overseas, because students are using these digital devices so much, there are these concerns about digital online addiction and overdependence on these devices. As I mentioned before, we are providing one device for every student, but at the same time, we want to ensure that the students can be discriminatory in making use of these devices. So that is why we have an official course on digital citizenship, and this is part of the official curriculum, so that the students can, while get access to digital textbooks and use these devices, they can also access digital AI ethics education so that they can be discriminatory and smart when they make use of these digital technologies and be accountable and responsible in that regard. Thank you very much.
Now let us go on to our third panelist, who is from the United States, from the Bellevue School District. I was quite surprised to learn that there are students from around 120 countries and many different languages are being used. So in relation to that, since we are on the topic of inclusivity and also diversity, I would like to ask the superintendent about how such inclusiveness is possible, and also about how you're utilizing the digital tools and technologies.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. It is so wonderful to be here in South Korea, especially in this beautiful Jeju island. My last name is Japanese. My father's Japanese, but my middle name is Young. My mother was born here in Korea, and so this idea of global collaboration and partnership is very personal to me. But it is, thank you. But it's, I feel very emotional being here because it reminds me so much of my mother, and she's very proud of me, so I know she's happy that I'm here. But yeah, for those of you who don't know Bellevue, Washington, Bellevue is where Amazon started. So Jeff Bezos lived in Bellevue and started Amazon in his garage. And so Bellevue is kind of a technology center right outside of Seattle, Washington. So it's the home of Amazon and Microsoft, and Bill Gates lives in Bellevue. So there's lots of like technology and global companies centered in the Bellevue, Seattle area. And because of that, the school district that I lead has 20,000 students, and we have about 117 different home languages spoken among the students, and 125 different countries represented in our kids. So the student body in Bellevue is very, very diverse. We always say that the world comes to work and learn in Bellevue. And because of that, we're very, very proud of the diversity in Bellevue, and we have to create a learning environment where we lift up the diversity of all of our students. In addition to that, our school district is very high performing. We have the highest number of students who rank in the top 1% academically in the country, in our region. But we also have many, many students who have different disabilities. My sister, for example, she has a disability where she can't walk and she can't talk, but she went through the Bellevue School District. And we have everybody in between, lots of students who are neurodiverse and lots of students who are diagnosed with autism. And so we have this amazing diversity in Bellevue. I think one of the most important things when we think about inclusion and diversity and equity is it is important that the organization holds up the value of that. And so in Bellevue, we abide by this term, beloved community. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he was a civil rights leader in the United States. He talked a lot about the importance of the vision of the beloved community, which is a community where people care about one another, and there is no hunger, there's no poverty, there's no hatred. And so in the Bellevue School District, we are all aiming towards building the beloved community, a place where we care about one another, there's no hunger, there's no poverty, and there's no diversity. And so with that as our vision, we build programs basically to lift all of our children and to build mutual care and collaboration within the school district. One of the things that we've been doing, especially in the last 2 years that I've been the superintendent, is we're trying to elevate the home languages of our students, because English is the dominant language, in the United States, of course, but there is so much power when you lift student home languages in the school setting. So in Bellevue, students can learn from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade in Spanish and English, or in Mandarin Chinese and in English. But since I've been the superintendent in the past 2 years, we've added Arabic language, so students can learn Arabic from kindergarten. We added Korean, and then this fall we're adding Japanese. And so we are trying to lift the languages of our students so that when they go to university, go to college, and these amazing colleges or universities have these international exchanges, the students will be prepared because they can speak multiple languages. When it comes to students with different abilities or disabilities, it is amazing what technology has been able to open up for kids. And so my sister, she has never learned to talk. But now for students that have those kinds of disabilities in the school setting, we can use technology to help children who cannot verbally communicate learn to communicate through technology. It is every parent's dream to hear their children speak and express themselves, and we can open up a whole entire world for students with disabilities through the use of technology. The last thing I'll just mention around inclusivity is in the United States, we are working very hard on honoring the different pathways that kids can go. So not every child will graduate and go into university. Some students may go into high-paying, career and technical jobs. So in Bellevue, we're trying to expand the pathways for students so that whatever their interest is in school, they can pursue in a career. We're building out maritime welding class so kids can learn kind of the trade of welding. We have a construction program. We have a horticulture program where students are learning about environmental sustainability and the feeding of people across the globe so that kids are prepared. The last thing I'll just mention is all day today, people have been talking about the issue of declining birth rates and enrollment, and that is happening also in the United States, particularly on the West Coast. Even in our school district, we've been dealing with the challenge of declining birth rates and enrollment going down. And so we have to change education in order to stay relevant. We have to change the way that we teach so that kids and families choose our schools. And so I think this is a perfect time for things to come together where we reinvent public education, but we do that by making our school system more global and more inclusive.
Thank you for sharing your wonderful stories. The concept of beloved community was quite impressive. Thank you. 첨단 IT를 지향하다.
So when we think about advanced technology, sometimes we tend to disregard traditions and the traditional values. But I think that in Bellevue there is a balance, a very good balance.
Last name.
Next, we have Her Excellency Secretary for Education, Yuklin Choi of Hong Kong, China. Your last name, Choi, is also similar with mine, so perhaps we have that in common. I understand that key characteristics of Hong Kong, China system is educational equity. In fact, if we look at the OECD PISA results, Hong Kong, China has seen the second highest education equity scores, and 17% of students in socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds have gone on to perform at the top 25% levels in terms of academic achievement, which is higher than the OECD average. Can you tell us how this was possible? Because today we are here talking about inclusivity and equity. So what are the educational policies that you are implementing to allow for this kind of academic results?
Thank you, Professor Choi. We share the same first name. As you rightly point out, Hong Kong spares no effort to provide a quality and equitable learning environment for all our students, regardless of the socio-economic status of their family. In the era of rapid digital transformation, the Hong Kong Education Bureau ensures needy students equitable access to affordable, high quality internet and devices, which is a challenging task to many economies in consideration of the considerable cost incurred. I would like to share some of our recent initiatives to address the challenges. First of all, we have been enhancing the IT infrastructure of our schools. The establishment of Wi-Fi campus in all public sector schools in Hong Kong was completed in 2020 to facilitate students to use their mobile computer devices for e-learning anytime, anywhere. Blend mode of learning, that is face-to-face classes and e-learning, has become the new normal. Starting from 2021, we have been subsidizing public primary and secondary schools to purchase mobile computer devices for loan to needy students and to provide portable Wi-Fi routers and mobile data cards to students who do not have access to appropriate internet services due to the constraints in their living environment. This ensures all students have equal opportunity in accessing e-learning. Second, we have been enhancing the quality of our e-learning resources. In particular, we have been providing e-learning resources to schools for free. We established an online platform for teachers and students providing short videos, micro movies, animations which are divided into chapters and short clips of a few minutes. These resources are developed based on school curriculum and students' learning needs and are provided freely for schools to facilitate the design of learning and teaching activities. We also organize a large-scale learning and teaching expo every year, which is an Asia-leading education expo, to provide teachers with opportunities to exchange on teaching and learning and to learn about the latest e-learning products and resources. Third, we have been promoting information literacy education at schools. Ethical concerns on the use of technology and AI must be seriously addressed to ensure fairness and build trust. Besides, good digital literacy education is essential to support students' well-being and avoid their over-reliance on technology. While strengthening IT in education, we also attach great importance to establishing students' positive value and attitude. To this end, we launch and update information literacy to Hong Kong students learning framework last year, which incorporates the ethical issues in the application of IT and to educate students on rejecting the unethical use of emerging and advanced information technologies. Looking forward, I think international cooperation efforts offer significant advantages, including shared expertise, resources, and innovations, which could enable economies to tackle these global digital challenges more effectively. By working together, economies can ensure technology in education is equitable, ethical, and impactful, benefiting learners and educators worldwide. For instance, after further international work on AI in education in key areas such as global standards for ethics and privacy, collaborative research to build evidence on AI impact, and teacher training frameworks to enhance digital literacy would be beneficial to all participating economies. Addressing the global digital divide through shared strategies for affordable connectivity and device is also critical, as this helps promote culturally relevant AI tools which are suitable for different local contexts. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. You have emphasized three things: equal opportunity, e-learning, resources, and also technology and education, the balancing ethics together with that. Thank you so much.
And now let us go on to Dr. Woo Sung-chung, who's the chairman of the Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity, KOFAC. And as you know, probably, Foundation has been leading the way in STEM, digital, and AI education. So I would like to ask you two questions. First of all, now, we are seeing a gap in terms of digital transformation. So STEM and AI education, well, how can we promote inclusiveness in this? And also, second, I would like to ask you, most of the participants are from the APEC economies. So with that in mind, I would like to ask you, how can we promote collaboration among the APEC member economies regarding STEM education and digital transformation? Yes. So for STEM and AI education for digital transformation, I think there are a number of things that we should consider. First of all, what kind of digital tools will be used for digital transformation? That is something that we should think about. And also, there can be personalized education under digital transformation. And for that, the required resources, how are we going to mobilize and distribute the resources? The first thing that we should consider. And number two, we should also think about how we can change the contents of education and how are we going to provide the education in digital transformation. In the past, we simply transmitted the knowledge to the students, but now for building the capacities for the future, we really have to think about a new way of education. And for this, first of all, digital tools, well, they should be used to bridge the gap in STEM education. And at the same time, I do believe that digital tools have to be effectively utilized to bridge the gap in STEM education around the globe, and especially in Korea. We have had experience in how digital tools have served and proved to be very effective in bridging the gap. So in implementing these digital tools, especially in the field of math and science, we can better motivate the students. And we have seen academic achievements of the students go up. Students who had regarded some areas of math or science to be difficult were able to utilize digital technology to find greater interest in these fields. And so we could see that more students were willing to carry on their education rather than drop out. If you go to the third floor, Samda Hall, you will be able to see how the digital tools have been used in education throughout the years and how our education is undergoing digital transformation. There's an exhibition ongoing. So especially we have an exhibition regarding math and science as well. So I do believe that the speakers had a chance to take a look. And these tools, well, of course, they were applied in 2018 for math and also in 2023 for science. So we can see that digital education is swiftly taking root in our society. But as I mentioned, the digital tools for math and science are been distributed and applied at only 50% of the total schools in Korea. So for digital transformation, there are still obstacles that we have to overcome for full implementation at all schools. If we look at some of the challenges that we have experienced, first of all, we have to come up with the education materials and tools. For example, you might only think about the Wi-Fi technology and tablets, but the reason that we apply digital tools later for science compared to math was because we need the sensors and the IoT related devices. There are diverse devices, including the web-based platforms. These IT infrastructures had to be established to apply the digital tools to the field of science. So we need more budget and we need more tools for digital education, for the education here in Korea. And I do believe that we have to accelerate the pace of transition in this digital field, digital direction. And it was mentioned by Superintendent Governor Im, but the teachers have to know how to utilize the digital tools. I think that this is very essential in this transformation. So if you think about the teachers and the students who know how to utilize the digital tools versus those who do not, the gap will widen each day. That's only natural if you think about it. And so this is not just limited to teachers and students, but the regions that are tech savvy, the economies that are very good at utilizing digital technologies, they will experience a further gap with those who do not have that ability to well utilize the digital technologies and tools. So I think that the economies shall share their experiences and know-hows so that we can minimize the trial and errors of the economies that are adopting these technologies and tools at a later stage so that we can promote joint prosperity. Especially in Korea, we have the know-hows and the experiences in terms of utilizing the digital tools for education and also on establishing the IT infrastructure and also about training the teachers for utilizing digital tools and technologies. I think that we can share our experience, but we need a hub or a platform that enables the sharing of such know-how and information and experience. And also we need a network that promotes the active exchanges among teachers and the stakeholders. And that is a way that we can ensure successful digital transformation. Yes, thank you very much. What about a round of applause? Yes, thank you very much. Let's go on to our next panelist.
From the Gyeongbuk Office of Education, I know that you're spearheading a project in your province that's quite interesting to the audiences here, where you invite youth from Southeast Asian countries and also APEC member economies such as Indonesia, Vietnam, and etc., and allow them to engage in TVET education and also employment, and so that they can become local talents in the region. I understand that this is a pilot project that is being done in your region, and I do think that this is a great example of a great policy, and I would like to hear more about this. In particular, I would like to ask two questions. The first is, I think that this kind of policy can respond to two challenges, such as the extinction of local cities and global education cooperation. So this program can solve those challenges together. So can you tell us a little bit more about that and how it came about? And my second question is, as with all policies, it might not have been smooth going all the time. So what were some of the challenges in the implementation process? And we do have many education experts here. If you can share with us any trial and error, some bumpy road issues in rolling out this policy, that would be helpful. Yes, it is a pleasure to be here. I believe it was last weekend when life gives you tangerines, that Netflix drama that is set in Jeju Island. So I went through it, totally binge watched, many hours watching this drama. I was surprised that this very Korean drama can resonate around the world, going beyond K-pop, K-drama. Maybe we can work towards K-education. And K here, I mean, of course, Gyeongsangbuk-do, not necessarily Korea, representing my province, where I'm from. And as the moderator has said, we have introduced overseas international students into the high schools at our province. They will be studying with Korean high schools for 3 years. We have selected those schools that wanted to participate in this initiative, and we have enrolled 48 students last year who were hoping to apply. And it has been a year that they've been with us. They have adopted well. This year, we also enrolled 68 new students. 69 new students. And I understand that the principals of the different schools went to the APEC member economies to talk with the students, the schools, and in fact, now these students are so fluent in Korean that they no longer require the services of an interpreter or any translation. This project would allow for a new attempt to be made at the high school level, because in the past we've had many international students join colleges and universities, but this is the first time this attempt was made for high schools. Because of population aging and decline, we do not have enough enrolled students. And in fact, this is leading to a decrease in the workforce. So that is why, because Korea's education system has improved over the years, we can open our doors to high school students from other APEC member economies who would like to come and study here at our schools. Now, we want to make sure there's a sort of win-win approach to this shared prosperity, so that the international students, the students that come to Korea, can get access to quality education here. When I go to visit the schools where they are, I was quite proud and felt a sense of achievement, because Korea used to be quite poor. We were a very poor economy, and in the past, Korea used to send our students abroad so they can study and come back and contribute. And now these students, hopefully, when they learn from our rich educational experiences, they can benefit from that. And I felt that it was a very rewarding experience. And for all the students involved, they can all engage in these education for global citizenship. At first, there were some concerns that there might be some conflict, but I can tell you that the high school students at these schools, both Korean and international, they already have the global citizenship mindset. In the past, the dormitories were run separately for these international students, but the international students have expressed their desire to live in the same dorms as the Korean students. So that is where we are headed now. We also want to establish a digital education environment, because for these international students, they are working very hard, but yet there might be some language barriers still regarding the Korean language. So we're trying to facilitate their understanding using digital resources so that they can get access to real-time translation in their respective languages. And our hope is that they can become local talent in our province. These students, because they've been with us since high school, perhaps they can contribute to our local region, to our local province upon graduation. And after they have graduated, they would be extremely important talent for different corporations, because they are bilingual and they understand the skills. We have many migrant workers here in Korea And these local talents, these international students can contribute so much in that regard. Some of the challenges that we have faced is that in the past we have sent some agents to these member economies, but there was not a lot of trust there. So I had to go and explain the MOU and explain the purposes of the scheme. And also we had to help the students settle well into a life here. Thank you very much for sharing with us. As the moderator, I have to lead and ask the right questions, but also importantly, there is the issue of time management. We have about 20 minutes or so, so we will move on to the second overarching question. And yes, we want to hear about your examples in your respective economies, but also establishing the right system would be important. So, because there are 6 panelists here, we do have a dinner reception later on, so maybe we'll take questions then. For this round, I would like to ask you for your understanding that I'll give you 3 minutes.
Let's now go back to the Director General from ADB. Well, at ADB, I understand that you have been providing various programs related to training and education. And there are many people from diverse countries or economies here. So I would like to ask you, what is your view in terms of partnership and collaboration among the different economies? What is a core element for collaborative efforts among global partners?
Okay, thank you for the very thoughtful question, Chair. From the experience of ADB in supporting education reforms across Asia and the Pacific, one of the clearest lessons that we've learned is that meaningful and lasting transformation requires strong and adaptive partnerships. Partnerships with member countries, with the countries who are members of ADB, remain fundamental. And global collaboration can further amplify the impact of education initiatives. Now, what we've also learned is that the most sustainable and effective global partnerships are those that are country-led and aligned with national development strategies, and also designed beyond the and whose continuity are designed beyond a project cycle. So in ADB, we have something that's called country partnership strategies. Also, what we've learned is that a shared commitment to capacity development and systems strengthening is very essential. Now, moving on, as far as global partnerships are concerned, global partnerships play a critical role in enhancing the quality and scaling up education projects. So to this end, we at ADB, we actually mobilize resources from bilateral and multilateral partners, global funds and trust funds. And a prime example of this is the Republic of Korea's E-Asia Knowledge Partnership Fund, or EAKPF. And then a more recent example is the ADB Republic of Korea Scholarship Program, which is launched in collaboration with the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea. And this program supports graduate level study and research for scholars from ADB's developing member countries. Not only does it strengthen higher education, but it also fosters regional collaboration. And it serves as a long-term investment in the next generation of professionals. And so we also work with an initiative that's called the International Finance Facility for Education, or IFID, as some of you may know it. This is designed to unlock about $500 million in new concessional funding for lower middle income countries in Asia and the Pacific, and which will make a lot of difference in countries that need the support the most. But for us, funding is not sufficient. We need our partnerships, particularly in continuous knowledge sharing and joint learning, and as exemplified by the forum that we are all in today. We firmly believe in the value of bringing stakeholders together to exchange insights, experiences, and innovations. In ADB, we also have what's called the International Skills Forum. And here we bring together policymakers, educators, and development partners to reflect on lessons learned and co-create solutions. Looking ahead, we at ADB remain committed to advancing global education partnerships that are inclusive, resilient, and responsive to evolving needs. And we stand ready to partner with all. Thank you.
Thank you. 한 가지 그 공지.
Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to note, as it was just mentioned by the Director General, ADB and the Ministry of Education, and also the Ministry of Finance and Economy of the Republic of Korea, created ADB, Korea Fellow Partnership Program. And so this is a graduate school level program, and I would like to thank you for your contributions and also your help for this.
드리고 싶은데요.
Next, moving on to Governor Lim. At the project level and the program level, you have shared many cases with us, and we've also heard many case examples in the earlier sessions as well. But importantly, I wanted to ask you, in this era of digital transformation, and also because we're faced with constant change, what is the philosophy, what is the mindset that we have to keep as we go into these headwinds? Because yes, we have to adapt to these changes, but fundamentally, we need to have a strong and sound education philosophy. What are your thoughts? That is actually a very difficult question. At the UNESCO Education Forum that was held last year, there were discussions about where the future of education is headed. And I do think that we were able to share some of those values. I think that Gyeonggi-do province, going forward, we have to strive towards a more peaceful, more just world for our future generations. And education can enable this kind of world to be realized, because education can foster the kind of global citizenship training that allows for a more peaceful and more just world. To put this in less abstract terms, the Gyeonggi province is pursuing three pathways. And the first is that we want to share our educational content very widely. We have also heard this from one of the other panelists as well. In fact, we've heard from Superintendent Aramaki about the situation in Bellevue, because there are many people, many students from different contexts and backgrounds. And I do think that we have much to learn from what they're doing, what other jurisdictions are doing. And also, there could be some students in Bellevue who might want to learn Korean language. And we can also provide Korean language education resources to Bellevue. And in so doing, we can engage in these exchange of information and learning resources so that we can foster in the children a mindset that we are all one world. The second is this education paradigm. In Gyeonggi province, no matter where you are, we ensure that all students can access the same content and same resources. And to that end, we are going to run an online school. We will finish piloting it this year. Next year, we're going to open it to the world so that anyone, anywhere around the world can access this. This means that so many of these online educational resources that we have in Korea would be uploaded to this so that any student around the world can access these resources, which would also lead to a cooperative educational model. The third is human resources exchange. I think this would go a long way towards creating a more peaceful, more just world, because education can truly contribute to that. And to that end, with our visits to the US and Canada and Kazakhstan and other member economies and engaging in cooperation with them, we have seen the need for more mutual exchange for students and teachers, and have these close discussions with one another. And we have to expand these opportunities so that for the students, they can see that possibility of a better world, a more peaceful and more just world. And that is how we can contribute in that regard. Thank you. Thank you very much. I actually wanted to talk about global cooperation in education, but I think that naturally led to that. Perhaps if we have time, I'd like to ask you another question.
And now let's go back to our superintendent. The education for the marginalized groups and education for the children. Well, I think that this kind of inclusive education requires a system-wide transformation. So not only Bellevue, but also education cooperation in the global context. I would like to ask you the significance of this and also your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's amazing because Bellevue, Korea, we're on different parts of the world, but there's so many similarities. I think listening to Governor Yim talk, there's so many things that are similar. I think this idea of working with all of our children and building an inclusive system is not just in our individual systems, but it has to be global cooperation across systems. For us in Bellevue, for example, we also are building out a digital school, and it has been very helpful because now students in Bellevue, if they're ready to take calculus in 8th grade, we can offer it digitally so kids can take it from any of the schools. So there's no schools that are too far out that wouldn't be able to give opportunities to children. And so I think we can use digital tools to give access to kids. Or if a student wants to learn Korean, any child in any one of my middle schools or high schools can learn Korean, regardless of how many kids there are, because we bring them together at the same time in the library and they learn from a teacher who's online. And so I really loved the comment earlier today about AI tools being human-centered. And in Washington State, we believe that all of these digital tools are in service of bringing humanity closer together. And so I think it's important that we remember that all of this, Governor talked about this, but what is the purpose of education? The tools and the technology are useful, but it's only if it's in service of kids growing up and going out and making the world more peaceful and more compassionate and taking care of our planet. And so I think if we as educational institutions have that same philosophy, and then we build collaboration across our countries, we can send kids out who are going to want to care for one another. And I think our world needs that more than ever right now. We need not only global collaboration, but we need friendship. After this conference, I get to spend time in Songnam with Superintendent Han, and we are going to build friendship together, and that from there we will build collaboration. And one of the things that I think is important is it's not just to build relationships for relationships' sakes, but we want our kids to solve global problems. And so my hope is that we can identify common global issues like climate change or food scarcity or cybersecurity, kind of these big issues that are facing all of our economies, and then have the kids work together to tackle them. Because the kids, in the end, they don't care about the tools necessarily. They care about the issues. Our students are so amazing, and they're very inspiring, and they want the world to be a more just place. And so if we put the problem in front of them, but then in Bellevue, in Songnam, wherever they are in the world, they're collaborating together to solve the problems, they will learn how to not only build friendship, but learn how to understand each other's perspectives in order to come up with more just solutions.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. So local is global and global is local. So he emphasized partnership.
For you? Okay. We have many different level of university, staff members, and students, and so on and so on. So what your a policy suggestion to work together in order to enhance the partnerships and so on in terms of the APEC level? So would you please tell us about your recommendation for the partner countries, please?
Thank you. Thank you again for the question. Education is key to nurturing talent. Hong Kong has sound education infrastructure, well-renowned universities and outstanding research talents. The quality of our teaching and learning is ranked among the top in various international comparative studies. We have clear direction to build Hong Kong into an international education, post-secondary education hub and a cradle for future talents. Our goal is to build on our strengths to attract more outstanding talents from around the world, provide local students with broader international perspective, and nurture a diversified pool of talents. I'm proud to say that Hong Kong's post-secondary education is highly internationalized and diversified, integrating knowledge of Chinese culture with an international perspective. The quality of teaching and learning in Hong Kong is consistently ranked among the top in the international comparative studies. We are also acclaimed to be the only city with 5 of the world's top 100 universities. Situated in the heart of Asia, Hong Kong enjoys a geographical proximity to China, vast markets, and other Asian economies. Students can have access to internationally acclaimed quality education in Hong Kong and leverage this platform to explore and embrace a multitude of development opportunities. Another comparative advantage is that thanks to our unique position where East meets West, students and academic scholars from around the world have been choosing Hong Kong as their academic home, with around 1 out of 5 of our students come from outside Hong Kong. The proportion is even higher for academic staff, with almost 70% are non-local. In addition, our 8 publicly funded universities signed over 2,600 exchange agreements with universities worldwide. We are proud to say that higher education in Hong Kong is one of our most internationalized sector. In developing Hong Kong into an international post-secondary education hub, we have been implementing a wide range of policy measures. I will highlight some major ones. First, the government relaxed the enrollment ceiling of non-local students to publicly funded university to 40% of local student places last year. The number of non-local students enrolling in public funded program has increased to over 26,000. Second, we have established the government scholarship fund to provide financial incentives for local and non-local students. About 700 students from 49 Belt and Road countries have been awarded. We also offer PhD fellowship scholarship to non-local students with an annual quota of 400 in the coming academic year. Thirdly, we have been proactively promoting the study in Hong Kong brand on a global scale. Our university have been setting up a study in Hong Kong pavilion in international expositions such as the annual conference of exhibition of LAFSA in the US, EAIE in Europe, and Asia Pacific Association for International Education, API. We are delighted to announce that Hong Kong will be hosting the next API conference and exhibit in February next year. Looking forward, we will continue to press ahead with the policy measures and promote networks for connection and partnerships with around the world. We welcome all of you to come to Hong Kong to explore the immense opportunities for cooperation and in higher education sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. As we've just heard, many different member economies have their brand. The Study in Hong Kong brand is one of them, and I think that has many implications for us.
Let us now go on to President Zhang. I understand that there is an establishment of the STEM-based AI Talent Development Center being pursued. So what is the goal of the center and also some of the initiatives that will be carried out by the center? Yes, as you just mentioned, last week during the APEC meetings, we have proposed the establishment of the APEC STEM Center. The APEC as a community for economic development, and also we we share a similar culture, that is, the APEC economies have great enthusiasm for education. And so, for the APEC economies joined together for STEM education, I think that we can think of various avenues and channels. For example, the curriculum and teacher training, digital platform, innovative technologies, and linking education with industries. I think that we can share our experiences and know-hows. Especially each economy has different unique circumstances and situations, environments. You just mentioned that Gyeonggi province has similarities with Bellevue City. I think that there are, of course, similarities, and at the same time, there will be differences. So if we have a strong network among the APEC economies, we can share what we have to offer to the different economies. And so we have proposed the APEC STEM AI Development Center, Talent Development Center, so that we can join efforts for STEM education-related initiatives. And I do hope that we can use the center to promote partnerships in the area of STEM education. If I had more time, I would explain more, but during the dinner, if you approach me, I think I can give you more information, and also I can send you an email on our proposal for this center. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. So we ask for your support and interest in this center.
Yes, Governor, you have waited a long time for your question. You have talked about how you are inviting students from overseas and providing them with educational opportunities here. In the second half of this year, I know that there's the K-Edu Expo that you are preparing. The APEC K-Edu Expo, what are your goals for this, and what are some measures for cooperation with other APEC member economies? Can you tell us a little bit more about that? The Gyeongbok Education's brand would be compassionate education. Our children are so precious, but there are some students who might come from underprivileged backgrounds, and we want to ensure that more support is given to them so that they won't be left behind. But this is not just the case in Korea. There are many underprivileged children across the world. At our Office of Education, we have, for the past 20 years, contributed to informatization projects across the world. So, for example, in Guatemala, there are Korean children's stories that are included in the textbooks. And last year, we included Ethiopia as one of our partner nations. And as you know, Ethiopian troops fought beside us during the Korean War, and we are giving back, really. And also, we have many computers and tablets and laptop computers that are used but still working perfectly fine. And so they are repaired and are now being given to Mongolia, Guatemala, Central Africa, many regions. Because there is also a lot of books that we have here. In Korea, we're supporting many different member economies with these and inviting students from those jurisdictions to come here, and also many Korean students engaging in outreach and volunteer activities in those jurisdictions. The K-Edu Expo will be held at our province in Jeju, and we are organizing this K-Edu exposition as the K-Education Neo Silk Road. That is the overarching theme, because in the past, Silk Road allowed for the ferrying of goods and products, and now this new Silk Road would allow for more cooperation through education. We will, of course, introduce AI and different edu-tech solutions, and also Gyeongbok's specialized education strategies, international exchange, and also a culture exchange program for K-culture, K-pop, K-music. These experiences would also be offered at the expo. Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that we're always pressed for time. I understand that the acting president of the ROK will come and experience the booths as well. So we would have to conclude this session, but we have the dinner reception, so we invite you to communicate with one another. Then thank you very much for staying with us until the end. We have talked about inclusivity, sustainability, and digital transformation. I ask that you engage in global partnerships so that we can continue to share in designing excellent education models. Thank you to all the panelists once again for participating here, and thank you very much for your active participation. With that, we conclude the session. Thank you.
Yes, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So this brings us to the end of the Global Education Reform Conference. I would like to thank all of our online participants as well as those joining us here at this venue. So I do hope that this conference provided insight as we prepare for the future of education. Thank you everyone for joining us.